Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Please take your seats. The event is about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The event is about to begin.
Excellencies, dear Mr. Gabriel, dear Mr. Camp, ladies and gentlemen, herzlich willkommen bei der DZ Bank am Pariser Platz. A very warm welcome to all of you to DZ Bank at Paris Square in the heart of Berlin. It is a great honor for us to welcome you all here today on the occasion of the second Transatlantic Forum on GeoEconomics, to a location with a very special reference to America, designed by none other than Franco Gehry. Well, 75 years ago, this was a very different place. All around Paris Square, and also on this property, there are ruins and piles of rubble. The Brandenburg Gate marked the border between two global power blocks. And one power block, the Soviet Union, had imposed a total blockade on West Berlin. As you know, those were the days when the very special post-war German-American relationship was born. Because the US did not give up this city and its people. Instead, in June 1948, they established, together with the British, the famous Berlin airlift, Berliner Luftbrücke. Why do I start with this? Because exactly 75 years ago, today, on September 22nd, 1948, during the airlift, something amazing happened. The US Air Force started the so-called Operation Little Victuals. And Little Victuals was not primarily about saving lives. It was about saving souls. Souls of children that were scared by war and poverty. It brought candies and chocolate bars, collected by American soldiers and civilians, tied to little parachutes made of handkerchiefs, and then thrown out of planes just before reaching Berlin Tempelhof Airport. What was started by a compassionate American pilot called Gail Harvison became kind of a little mass movement, with a volunteer committee in Massachusetts, candy makers donating their products, American school kids sending in candies and handkerchiefs, and German kids sending back letters and artworks. In other words, Little Victuals was not primarily between government and institutions, it was between people. So maybe September 22nd, 1948 marked a tipping point. The tipping point at which the emerging German-American partnership grew into a friendship. And a strong and vital friendship is exactly what we need to face the tremendous challenges of our time. And these challenges are indeed tremendous. We are talking a lot about geostrategy again. We're witnessing a brutal war in Europe, China expanding into the Indo-Pacific, partial destabilization in Africa, and some parts of the Middle East that just cannot find peace. We're witnessing the rise and the destructive power of populism, even in established democracies, a challenge to which we're still looking for good answers. We're facing the enormous challenge of securing prosperity and enabling more people to participate in it, in a world with very different economic and demographic dynamics. And of course, the greatest challenge we all must tackle together, global climate change and the preservation of our biodiversity. In brief, the preservation of our planet and our children's future. My own children, my twin daughters, are 12 years old. Whatever we read in papers and prognoses about life on Earth in the year 2100, they will, God willing, probably be there. That is why what we do today and in this decade is so crucial, because it decides our kids' future, and nothing and no one relieves us from this responsibility. Of course, the financial industry plays a major role in this. We at DZ Bank, we take our responsibility very seriously. We're firmly anchored in the German cooperative financial sector, which means sustainability is and has always been part of our DNA. And we walk the talk. We are one of the top players in the sustainable bond market in Germany. We're one of the largest providers of sustainable loans in Germany, and we are one of Germany's largest renewable energies lenders. A green transition, a sustainable transition, is non-optional for us. The required capital has to be intelligently managed. It has to flow into beneficial projects, and we need an ESG regulation that is smart, constructive, and harmonized. Global problems, global solutions, global standards. If we follow these guidelines, sustainability will become, in the medium to long term, the new normal in the capital markets. Ladies and gentlemen, Your conference today has an impressive agenda with great speakers and great topics. Atlantic Brücke and the Atlantic Council are two impressive organizations. Both are bridge builders and stand for the German-American as much as for the European-American friendship, which is crucial for the world we live in. Until recently, we took such stable bridges for granted, but we are being taught better these days. What we have learned from Gail Harvison is that institutions can become partners, but only people can become friends. With these words, ladies and gentlemen, I wish you inspiring conversations, a vital exchange of ideas, and many opportunities to bond and build bridges. Thank you very much, and Sigmar Gabriel, the stage is yours.
Dear Mrs. Van Greda, thank you for your kind welcoming remarks and for hosting us so generously at this very special building in the heart of Berlin. Right next to the US Embassy, by the way. We could not wish for a better location to hold the Transatlantic Conference. Dear Fred Camp, it is my distinct pleasure to welcome you and so many other distinguished guests from the United States back to Berlin. Following the inaugural Frankfurt Forum on US-European GeoEconomics last year, I'm proud that we continue this successful collaboration between Atlantic Council and Atlantic Brücke today and hopefully in many years to come. Ladies and gentlemen, first I would like to welcome all of you to the Transatlantic Forum on GeoEconomics. And it's clear that the interest in transatlantic cooperation in geoeconomics has only grown since we met in Frankfurt last year. Allow me to thank the dedicated team of the Atlantic Council's GeoEconomics Center for the hard work to make this conference happen, and along with Julia Friedland and her team here in Berlin. Thank you very much. Making this event an annual conference, together with our partners at the Atlantic Council, is part of a broader strategy at Atlantic Brücke. We aim to join forces with leading organizations across Europe and the Atlantic and offer a platform for the most pressing issues on the transatlantic agenda. I think we can all agree that the effect of geopolitics on economic growth is at the top of that agenda. The foundation of the transatlantic relationship is much cited shared values, among them freedom, human rights, and the rule of law. But on the shared commitment to those values, Europe and the United States have been building a robust security alliance and a vital economic cooperation. All too often, in my views, we separate these three spheres: values, security policy, and economic policy, and forget how deeply they are interconnected. There is a lot of talk about value-based foreign policy, but history teaches us that we can only hold up our values if we ensure the economic well-being of our societies and guarantee their security. Therefore, a successful transatlantic foreign and economic policy must be liberal in its ends, but realist in its means. As free and democratic countries, our goal must and will always be to strengthen democracy globally, foster individual liberty, and preserve peace. But to pursue those ends, our policies must be adapted to the realities we face. If we neglect our values, we will lose our compass. But if we neglect realism, we will be ineffective and lose our leverage. Ladies and gentlemen, that is why it's so important we have this conference today, where we will discuss transatlantic approaches to crucial issues at the nexus of economics and foreign policy. The realities we face are certainly challenging. The world has become multipolar, and as an American analyst said, we are living in a G0 world, a world without order, and this trend will only continue. Despite this, the Transatlantic Alliance responded with unity, decisiveness, and strength when Russia's war started against Ukraine, both in terms of military assistance and the tools of the so-called negative economic statecraft employed to punish Russia for breaking international law. But it would be naive to think that the efforts we have taken on Russia could be replicated, for example, our strategic competition with China. When Russia was a bit more, as Helmut Schmidt said, a military giant and an economic dwarf, and the Soviet Union and Russia have been something like a petrol station for Europe and some other parts of the world, China is an economic giant, and our economies are interlinked in many ways. So it will be much more difficult to deal with this challenge with China than it has been with the former Soviet Union or Russia. So I'm looking forward to the insights of distinguished speakers are willing to share with us today on the large toolbox of economic statecraft. Now more than ever, we need extensive exchange and cooperation between partners and allies to coordinate economic and foreign policy. Let's use the outstanding opportunity of this conference for a deep dive into these topics in order to learn how to build a more resilient transatlantic partnership in the third decade in this millennium. With this, I would like to close my remarks and would like to invite Fred Kempe. The floor is yours. Thank you very much.
It's such an honor to be here, such a pleasure to be here, and I'll get to my thanks to Sigmar and Atlantic Brook in a minute. I want to thank Sawad and for the DZ Bank, the DZ Bank. What a beautiful place. And I understand you're a first-generation German. I'm a first-generation American. My parents were born, my mother in Pankow, Berlin, my father in the Ore Mountains of Saxony, the Erzgebirge. But Frank Gehry, and this is very little known, was born as Frank Goldberg, and his father was born in Brooklyn, New York, to Russian Jewish parents. His mother was a Polish Jewish immigrant born in Łódź. So this is a very small transatlantic world, and the immigrant experience of both of our countries enriches us so deeply. Sigmar, I thank you so much for your kind words, and yes, we hope it also goes on for many years to come. I also want to thank my longtime friend and person I've been stealing ideas from a long time, Norbert Röttgen. It's good to see you. And then obviously Josh running our GeoEconomics Center and Julia running the Atlantic Brücke. It's just such a great partnership. Last night, I flew in from New York, where the Atlantic Council hosted our Global Citizens Award during the UN General Assembly. And I didn't know this before, but it was reported broadly in the German press, so I can now tell you it's also called the Weltbürger Prize. And among our distinguished honorees included Japanese Prime Minister Kishida, Ukrainian President Zelensky, US Treasury Secretary Yellen, all of whom were there, and Chancellor Scholz, German Chancellor Scholz. I'm pretty confident I got to Germany about the same time as he did in returning. And here we are, steps away from the Brandenburg Gate in this beautiful building. This really is transatlantic partnership in action. So the Chancellor said quite a bit of importance in the speech. I'm certainly not going to recall it all, but I think it's worth you taking a look at the Atlantic Council site and reading it. He did talk about the last year and how Germany made itself independent of Russian energy, which is a miracle in itself. And he said, Russia's war has utterly failed because of the courage of the Ukrainians and because of the unity of those supporting them on behalf of an international order of equals. He talked about how Ukraine inspires and how its suffering breaks our hearts. His words reminded me that this relationship, this transatlantic relationship, is sometimes inspirational and sometimes breaks our hearts. And it's built on two pillars. The first is security, and the second is economic. For many years, in fact, for many decades, we would largely separate those two pillars, thinking they didn't belong together. The security work anchored by NATO was developed on one track, and the economic relationship, full of bilateral trading arrangements between EU member states and the US, another track. Deterrence, military deterrence was one track, trade, economic relationship was another track. I think both of us in the US and Europe for a long time forgot an important lesson, and that was national security is economic security, and economic security is national security. That was the lesson our mothers and fathers, our grandmothers and grandfathers taught us. It was, in fact, the lesson of 1944 at the Bretton Woods Conference. Europe knew that lesson well. There's a reason the precursor to the European Union was the coal and steel community. And we knew the lesson well in the US. 60 years ago, the Atlantic Council was founded in part to foster a stronger and robust economic partnership between the world's leading economies in hopes of fostering peace. But over time, some of those lessons failed. Vladimir Putin helped us remember his brutal and illegal invasion of Ukraine, and the heroic response of the Ukrainian people rallied citizens across Europe and the United States. And one way the West responded was trying to deliver an unprecedented financial blow to Putin and to Putin's economy. Together, we levied the tools of economic statecraft at a scale and speed that were previously unthinkable. We blocked assets, took banks offline, and sanctioned hundreds of millions of dollars. In fact, $300 billion of Russian reserves are right now frozen, and we're discussing what should be the final use of them. We did it very quickly, and now, 18 months later, we are beginning to fully understand the impact as well as the limitations of these tools. All the while, we evaluate and consider next steps. The rest of the world is looking carefully to see precisely what we will do. Think of BRICS expansion or growing calls to diversify away from both dollars and euros. We can ignore those calls or we can respond to them. So today in front of you sits new research, that's what we do. It is the product of our GeoEconomics Center, which was created to bridge the worlds of finance and foreign policy. And it showcases new analysis from some of the best minds of the Atlantic Council and of the Atlantic Brooker. What you will see in these pages is the beginnings of a framework to better understand the tools of statecraft and deepen the coordination between the United States and Europe. It's a new period. This requires new thinking. This requires new frameworks. Of course, the report features the coercive tools, like sanctions and export controls, but also the positive tools, including trade and development aid. Chancellor Scholz, speaking at Cipriani Wall Street on the margins of the UN General Assembly 2 nights ago, declared himself a determined free trader. His quote, being free traders puts us into a category of species that seems to be increasingly endangered, even in its natural habitat, the United States. He intentionally picked Dr. Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala, the director of the WTO to be his introducer. The lesson of history is that when we work together, we're safer and we're stronger. The challenges are too great and the stakes are too high for us to forget that lesson again. Chancellor Scholz said the German-US relationship had never been stronger in his speech. It certainly has never been strong in this way. Looking out to a future after we sort of lost sight of each other for a while, and unified through the challenges from Putin's Russia and the challenges in Ukraine. So today, I hope you learn from our fantastic speakers, ask them difficult questions, put them on the spot. Don't be satisfied with weak rhetoric that doesn't get to the point. But most importantly, I hope you remember that we are living through an inflection point in history, and what this era ultimately looks like will depend on so much on how we shape it together. Germany understands inflection points, one happening after World War I, one happening after World War II, one happening after the Cold War, and I think we're now in a fourth inflection point, and this inflection point will be shaped, and we all in this room can help shape it. So thank you for welcoming me back to Berlin. I know from my own upbringing, my mother doesn't live any longer, but if ever there were a Berliner Schnauze, my mother and many of my relatives embodied that. And it's now my pleasure to welcome Kimberly Donovan, Director of the Economic Statecraft Initiative of the Atlantic Council. She'll introduce and moderate our first session, and I'm told this is the point I declare this set of meetings officially open.
Good morning. Thank you for joining us today. We're going to begin our discussion by talking about building a common ground, transatlantic approaches to geoeconomics. My name is Kimberly Donovan, and I am the director of the Economic Statecraft Initiative within the GeoEconomics Center at the Atlantic Council. We will be accepting questions from the audience towards the end of the discussion. Feel free to use the link on the digital program. The QR code is on the back of your badges. And for those of you watching from home, you can submit online questions at askac.org. We will also be passing around microphones, and you can ask questions for our panelists as well. So with everything going on in the global economy and geopolitical landscape today, and the increased use of economic tools to address national security threats, we felt it was important and timely for us to bring everyone together to discuss and better understand the economic statecraft space. Russia's aggression in Ukraine and the global community's response that has created a new dynamic in the way governments work together to leverage economic power and tools, such as sanctions and export controls. As Fred mentioned, yesterday we published our new report where we examine US, UK, and EU approaches to economic statecraft and how these tools are used to advance foreign policy and address transnational threats. This morning, we will be speaking with our distinguished panelists from the United Kingdom, the European Union, and the United States about where our governments align and diverge on economic statecraft and how things have changed over the past year and a half since Russia invaded Ukraine and what that means in this space going forward. So I'd now like to introduce our panelists. To my right is David Reed, the Director of the Sanctions Directorate at the United Kingdom's Foreign Commonwealth and Development Office, where he's responsible for the development and delivery of UK sanctions policy. Darta Tentere is a policy advisor to the European Union Sanction Envoy, David O'Sullivan, And prior to that, she was a policy officer responsible for coordinating Russian sanctions in the European Commission's Directorate General of Financial Stability, Financial Services, and Capital Markets Union. Michael Lieberman is the Assistant Director for Enforcement at the U.S. Department of Treasury's Office of Foreign Assets Control, and previously served as the Director for Europe, Russia, and Iran, and was Senior Advisor to the Assistant Secretary for Terrorist Financing and Financial Crimes at the U.S. Department of the Treasury. And David Lim is the co-director of the U.S. Department of Justice's Task Force Klepto Capture, which is an interagency law enforcement task force dedicated to enforcing economic sanctions, export restrictions, and economic countermeasures that the United States imposed in response to Russia's invasion of Ukraine. David, Darta, Mike, David, thank you for joining us today. I would like to begin our conversation by focusing on Russia. G7 and coalition partners levied unprecedented multilateral sanctions on Russia in response to its brutal invasion of Ukraine. We're now almost 2 years into these sanctions. David, if I could turn to you first, can you summarize our lessons learned over the past 2 years? What's working? Where do we need to improve on coordination and collaboration?
Thank you, Kimberly. So let me start by just agreeing with the previous speakers that I think the scale and pace at which we imposed economic pressure on Russia was unprecedented. I think the other thing that has been a surprise, I think, to Putin has been how the unity of the international community has held up. And I was struck by, at a meeting in Brussels earlier this week of sanctions coordinators, thank you, Darta, for bringing us together, how that resolve remains. I think if we look back over the last 2 years, I think I'd pull out 3 things in particular. The first would be just the importance of coordination. I think where we've had most impact, it's been when the sanctioning coalition has acted simultaneously based on the same analysis, thinking back to that immobilization of central bank assets as a particular example of that. But I think what's been important is to keep that coordination intense and broaden it out, including on things like litigation and enforcement. And we're in regular touch with US and EU colleagues on that. I think the second thing has been the importance of the equal focus on implementation and enforcement. So the pace at which we moved has meant that we've had to look hard at where there are gaps in our systems, where we need to invest further. I think in the UK, we're focusing particularly on building out our enforcement architecture on trade sanctions. We're investing through a new economic deterrence initiative, £50 million announced by the Prime Minister in April. But this is a constant piece of work and takes creativity and resolve. I think where we see Russia attempting to circumvent our efforts, both that international work to challenge that through the engagement we're having with third countries, but also that investment in domestic enforcement is really key because enforcement starts at home. I think the last thing I'd pull out in terms of a lesson learned would be just the importance of communication. I think both communication with our citizens to explain how we are implementing sanctions, the impact it's having, and how we're tackling unintended consequences. But I think also the communication with business. And I think that's been really important, certainly from the UK's experience, in terms of how we design new and innovative measures. So I think the oil price cap, I think, was a really good example of that, where we coordinated very closely with other members of the G7 sanctioning coalition and business, and the guidance we produced, I think, was exactly in the right place. And I can think of countless examples where we've seen insights from business in terms of how our sanctions are being implemented and how we can improve the guidance. So I put out those 3 things. I think coordination, enforcement, communication.
Great. And Mike, turning to you, just from the United States perspective, would you agree? And is there anything that you would have done differently had you known this going in?
Thank you. Well, I couldn't agree more. I think that the investment in the multilateral architecture of enforcement now is really one of the key challenges before us. Now, of course, each of our national authorities might differ. Our capabilities might differ. Our investments in those functions might differ. And I think what the moment calls for is to ensure that we are harmonized, that we're coordinated, that we're exchanging information with one another, and ensuring that those channels are as robust as they can possibly be. That means that when we understand, and we're working to understand this better, the distinctions between our varying national regimes for administration and enforcement of sanctions, that we can also speak about how to make those more congruent. There are important distinctions between the way, for example, the European Union defines property that belongs to a sanctioned person and the way that we do. And so when we're sharing information about a particular subject of joint interest, how can we make sure that we can act on each side of the Atlantic to bring the maximum impact to bear? So I think that that's absolutely essential. I'll pick up on another point that David made, which is the communication. That's so incumbent upon us as enforcers, as regulators, to be very clear with the private sector about what our expectations are. We rely on the private sector, of course, to be on the front lines of our enforcement. In many ways, we've deputized the private sector to be our eyes and ears, to report what they see to us so that we can act accordingly. And at the same time, the private sector relies on us. We owe them clarity. We owe them responsiveness when questions arise. And we owe them, I think, from time to time, a reminder also that we're watching and we're paying attention, and we're bringing enforcement actions to underscore that. And so I think that's really where the front line is in so many ways, making sure that we have the range of authorities necessary to calibrate our engagement with the private sector and to bring enforcement actions when we see negligence as well as willful misconduct. Stop there.
Great. Thank you. And I do actually want to take a step back and just really discuss about what were the objectives of the financial sanctions when they first were levied against Russia and when they first came online. And just wonder, like, have they evolved over time as this situation has continued? And Darta, maybe if I could start with you.
Sure, thanks. I mean, let me take a step back maybe on objectives more generally. I mean, we always say we have three broad objectives for the sanctions we have imposed. The first one being, and I think this is in a large extent now the priority or the priority focus, is indeed to cripple Russia's military capability, and in that way also give the battlefield advantage to the Ukrainians on what is happening. The second one is to significantly reduce revenue that Russia is getting from, let's say, its commodities, its carbohydrates, and so on and so forth. And the third is, of course, to impose some significant pain on Russian economy as a large. And I think the financial sanctions really well correspond to the last two objectives, because I think, and David already referred to that, on the measures we had taken on the central bank assets. I mean, you know, in the 10th package of sanctions, we introduced in the EU an obligation on all the financial institutions and operators to report the amounts of central bank assets they hold. And I mean, now also our initial approximates have been confirmed that in the EU it's slightly more than 200 billion of those foreign assets. And of course, it's a massive amount to take out of Russia's ability to finance its war every day. So that's really the one part. And the second, I think, is really the measures targeted directly at the Russian financial sector. I mean, as of the early days of the war, we cut off effectively three quarters of Russian banking sector from refinancing on international markets. We have imposed the financial messaging service ban or de-swifting on the major Russian banks, including Sberbank. And of course, it has huge impacts on the ground and huge impacts on the economy there.
That's great. And actually, I want to pick up on what you mentioned about the Russian reserves, because I know that is a very hot topic right now of what to do with them. So if you could explain a little bit more about like the EU's proposal on how to handle this money, recognizing that so much is within EU jurisdictions.
I mean, in the EU, it's very much still its discussion. We are working on this because, of course, there is a lot of demand, a lot of questions raised, but I think also, and importantly, a lot of questions of legal nature and a lot of questions on, let's say, global financial safety net and so on. So a lot of these questions are raised, but we are certainly looking at it. I mean, this is currently being discussed by the member states in the council. We have created a dedicated working party to discuss that. They're meeting regularly. I think up until today they met 9 times, and next meetings are imminent. But I think key here is really to find so to say, the G7 or broader solution to the problem and broader agreement. And I think that discussion is also very much ongoing.
I did also want to go back to, because I think we all understand what the objectives of the sanctions were. I was wondering if you, and I open this up to the floor, what are the measures of effectiveness? I mean, are they different across different jurisdictions, recognizing that there's different amounts of money and different rules and authorities across them? Maybe David, if you'd like to start.
So I think it links very much to the objectives that Dart outlined. And I would add one further objective to that, which is we're not trying to target the Russian people here. So we've made conscious policy choices to keep some trade flowing, whether it's in pharmaceuticals or food. But in terms of measures of effectiveness, I think the first is military supply chains. Are we successfully controlling the export of the most essential components? The EU, US, and UK have published simultaneously a common high priority goods list, the stuff we care about the most. That's 45 types of goods. That is what we're focused on with our domestic business in terms of this is the stuff we need to stop finding its way to Russia, and it's finding its way sometimes through quite opaque routes. And it's also the focus of our lobbying with third countries. We're asking them to focus particularly on these type of goods. So one measure of effectiveness is how we see trade, Russia's ability to import those goods, because that has a direct impact on their ability on the battlefield. I think the second measure of effectiveness is, again, sort of linked to Data's explanation of the objectives. On the financial stability of the Russian economy, I think the ability to impact on their revenues to fund the war. And I think a couple of things that have had a big impact there, particularly around the oil price cap, oil price revenues down near 50% in the first 6 months of this year. That trend is starting to tick up again, though, and I think that's where there'll be a lot of discussion in the next few weeks about how we challenge circumvention of the oil price cap and how we maintain the impact on that for as long as possible. So I think that's the second measure of success, how you see our collective efforts impacting on Russia's ability to fund the war. And maybe the third measure of success, which is probably the one which is hardest to observe directly, is an impact on Putin's calculus. Because ultimately, what we're trying to do is encourage and leverage Russia to get its troops out of Ukraine, because that's the quickest way to end the war.
Anything else?
Yeah, one on the walkover right next door is a big sign for Aeroflot, and it kind of highlights two of the ways in which I have seen export controls in particular being a very effective measure and tool in this fight. First and foremost, to go back to a point that's underscored by this panel, we think about global countries at the forefront of this, but then we must give a shout out to the private sector partners as well. When your companies and banks call in loans, they cancel insurance policies for planes like the ones at Aeroflot, or also demand things to be paid immediately. You take de-risking measures into your own hand. That's a significant success. And really that is something just as powerful as a criminal indictment or an asset seizure. But the sign also highlights a more practical and tangible outcome of these sanctions, which includes we are going after the procurement networks. We are going after and closing off the opportunities for the Russian military, the Russian government, to continuously get access to some of our most sensitive goods. And we see this in some of the most visual ways when Russian airlines need to scrape parts from old planes to retrofit the ones that they currently have to keep them up to par. And so it's an effort that we continue to aggressively pursue, but we do see these moving in the right direction.
And kind of picking up on that, recognizing that approximately 2/3 of the global population is living in countries that have not joined G7 and the coalition sanctions against Russia. Like, how can the G7 work with non-members to comply and enforce these sanctions against Russia? And I know all of you have been engaging with different counterparts around the world on this. So maybe, Darta, if I could give that to you.
No, absolutely. I mean, of course, we see that quite a significant part has decided to either abstain or remain neutral, and not to take a position really on the sanctions, especially. And I think, especially taking into account many of the political and geopolitical realities, the relationship that some of these countries have with Russia and in the region, I think, well, we might say we would wish it would be different, we would wish they would align or they would impose the sanctions, but I think we have we have to acknowledge and we have to respect that neutrality, if it's a neutrality. And I think then this is really the big question, if it's really a neutrality, or if countries or their territory or their jurisdiction are actively used by malign actors to circumvent our sanctions. And then the question becomes very different, because of course, one can choose not to take a position on this, but if it's our measures that are being circumvented through a jurisdiction, I think it's a valid question to raise. And I think we've already touched upon this, and this is really the crucial point on outreach. And this is what the three parts here has done, I think, extensively, and I'm very, very pleased to say also jointly to a large extent, passing joint messages, traveling jointly the world. And this outreach really is bringing, I think, results. I mean, David already referred to the common high priority list that we have commonly crafted as a passing, as a very concrete ask to the third countries to cooperate with. And I think this is bearing results. But at the same time, of course, we have looked, and I think also in the EU, we have worked on developing the necessary tools also to address particularly and primarily third country companies or individuals or entities that are involved in these kind of practices. So also now with the latest package in the EU, we strengthen our general listing criteria for circumvention, so making it more viable to sanction individuals or entities in third countries imposing an asset freeze. But we also have, of course, the possibility of what we call the Annex 4 listings, where we can list third country companies, but also, of course, Russian companies, those close to Russian military complex. And I think there also the cooperation among the three sides has been exceptional on agreeing on these companies or finding these companies. But then, of course, we also have the latest anti-circumvention mechanism that we agreed with the member states, that the member states agreed just before the summer. But here I really would like to flag that this is very much subject to prior diplomatic outreach, to exhausting diplomatic means, and this is really, at this stage, it's our focus to work on that.
And then I know all of you have been traveling quite a bit for these different diplomatic engagements. I know, David, you've recently been in Central Asia to address these different sanctions and export controls evasion issues. How has that engagement been going? I mean, are they receptive? Are they willing to see that it's kind of in their best interest to comply with these efforts, even if they're taking a neutral stance on the conflict?
So I think what's working is going to those countries with a realistic, targeted, consistent set of asks, and ideally doing that trilaterally, EU, UK, US, asking exactly the same thing. I think actually we're not talking about very large quantities of trade. These are specific items. You're not asking a country to cause itself significant economic damage. I think with countries like Kazakhstan, for example, we've seen a commitment to prevent re-export of goods. We've seen implementation on the ground, and you can start to see it showing up in the trade data. And I think that's the benchmark of success. If you can see those three things, a commitment, genuine implementation efforts, and then it's showing up in terms of customs data, you can see that those sensitive goods are no longer finding their way through Russia, at least directly. I would say generally in many of those countries there is a desire to comply with that relatively specific targeted ask, both because there are genuine reputational concerns, particularly from the private sector, but also because they recognise that we are going with something which is realistic, combined with an offer of support. So I think the assistance that the US, the EU and ourselves have been offering those countries in terms of capacity building is making a difference as well. Of course, there is the sort of threat of targeted action against companies or individuals in those countries who are engaged in the most egregious and obvious forms of circumvention. And you talked a bit about alignment at the start of your comments, Kimberly, and I think that's an area where we've become increasingly aligned, is in that willingness to target those companies and individuals who we see are responsible for that trade. Because again, it's not a huge volume of trade and it's quite concentrated, so there are things we can do in the enforcement space as well. That's
great. And I actually do want to pick up on a point you raised about capacity building, because we see, or at least what we see from the think tank world, is that a lot of the potential export controls or sanctions evasion may be happening in countries that just do not have the capacity or is not as built up as say the EU member states or UK or US in these areas. What is the West doing to help these countries kind of develop the capacity they need?
Well, I've spent the week on the continent talking to counterparts about these issues, and here the capacity questions aren't really so much of resources so much, but the way that legal regimes are structured and the way that sort of enforcement is pursued can vary. And what I think we have had some very productive conversations about are very much along the lines that David and Darta described about using the full range of authorities to encourage companies to comply, to understand what the regimes are. I think it's incumbent upon us also in terms of responsiveness to inquiries we receive from national governments, because oftentimes they're representing their companies, their economic interests to us through official channels, and will ask questions on behalf of their constituencies. And so we've invested a lot of time and effort in explaining the extent of our sanctions, what is allowed, what isn't allowed, so that they can go back and make risk-based decisions on their own. It's sometimes not just a question of investment in resources or having the underlying financial wherewithal to enforce, but simply a question of, or maybe not so simply, of ensuring that their different parts of the government can speak to each other, that the financial intelligence units that receive suspicious activity reports can share that information readily with administrative authorities who might have some sort of enforcement responsibility for sanctions, and that those authorities in turn can receive information from law enforcement authorities who are criminally prosecuting potential violations. And so a lot of it, I think, is well within the realm of possibility, even for states that haven't the capability necessarily to invest in the sort of robust enforcement and administrative infrastructure of the EU and the US and the UK.
No, absolutely. I think one thing that would just jump off is the direct engagement on the enforcement side. It is an area that wouldn't fall traditionally within the lanes of enforcement officers. But what we're noticing, especially in some of the countries where traditionally you would look at them and think that is a haven for money laundering or circumvention of sanctions, for whatever the motivation may be, we are seeing an opening here and an opportunity to really engage them directly. There is a willingness on their side that historically was not present to want to do something to change their act and their reputation. And so this past week, I sat down with a group of bankers from a particular country that we traditionally don't expect a lot of cooperation from. There's a desire for them to want to do more. There is a pleading from their part that their financial investigative unit becomes far more active in engaging FinCEN and our own authorities. And so we're going to seize on those, because it's not only about the immediate conflict that we have, it's about laying the foundation and the structure for the next conflict and ensuring that we have momentum that is permanent and some type of silver lining in this horrible situation in Ukraine coming out of this.
Yeah. That's great, and I appreciate that you raised FinCEN, my former role. But, and I do know that FinCEN is also working very closely with the different FIUs around the world to try to bring more awareness to these issues. And they even just published a recent financial trend analysis highlighting where there's potential evasion and export controls. And I was just wondering, I know none of you are from the FIUs, but if you have any thoughts on how is that kind of FIU coordination working? We've seen through the repo task force and other different multilateral forums that there does seem to be great information sharing among, especially the FIU partners, where a lot of this information is coming from. And at least from my experience, that's not something we really saw at this level before. Mike, you want to?
From our perspective, since the invasion, we've seen a marked increase in what we call spontaneous disclosures, which are proactive reports of suspicious activity that our partner countries from the Egmont group of financial intelligence units receive. And it's really quite unprecedented, I think. And so much of that depends also on our willingness and our ability to share information about exactly the sorts of trends that we're seeing within the United States, extrapolating from that, reporting that, and then giving other countries a sense of the typologies that Russia and its networks of evaders and proxies are using to evade the sanctions. And so we've been receiving a lot of those, I think really at an unprecedented rate. We've been working to share those. And it really goes back to the investment in the institutions and the architecture. And also really, I think, in some ways, just a way of thinking of these challenges as truly multilateral and really trying to ensure that any barriers, bureaucratic barriers, technical barriers, are addressed and overcome. So I think it's been very promising.
Yeah, just to jump on that and to go back to your earlier question about non-G7 countries, I think one of the most practical and tangible ways that these countries have been able to assist some of our respective governments is through those type of disclosures. We have a certain existing set of laws that does not allow us to act, or we don't have the will to be able to act, but we know you can. So do with this information what you will, and we certainly are acting on that information. But it also is an interesting time for FinCEN itself as a regulator becoming more robust. Last year, they published jointly with the Commerce Department the first ever warning red letter on export control flags, red flags that industry should be on the lookout for. And so I think that's going to be the norm moving forward, where there is deeper cooperation and collaboration, not only with FIUs, but the FIU within our own country and how they work with regulators that they historically may not have worked that robustly with.
And I would just be remiss if I didn't acknowledge the movement of our former director at OFAC over to be the head of FinCEN. Ms. Andrea Gacki recently assumed that role, and so we're looking forward to even more cooperation with our FIU partners.
And David, is there anything on the UK side that you want to add in? I mean, I know even just within the past year, there's been a huge investment in economic statecraft and trying to build up the infrastructure in place. Is there anything you'd like to add?
So I think so exactly to Michael and David's points. I think all states are having to invest in their own domestic enforcement capabilities, and quite a lot of that it revolves around identifying those methodologies, those risk factors, those red flags, getting that guidance out to business, hearing from business the own insights that they have. So one of the things we found is that connecting the financial services sector with distributors and exporters, for example, both are seeing different parts of the picture, but if we can find a safe space for them to share those insights, we then have an even better picture of what's happening and we can share that. I think on our side, it's particularly building out capabilities that fall short of criminal prosecution. So to build a criminal prosecution takes time, it takes effort, it takes a lot of evidential gathering. I think there are things we can do well before that where engagement with businesses can deliver a result. One of the things we found useful in the UK system is having a strict liability civil monetary penalty for financial sanctions, breaches, and I think we're looking to do more in that area for trade sanctions as well.
That's great, thank you.
And I have to say we are learning a lot from our US counterparts in that area.
I did want to pick up on some of the issues we talked about with enforcement and invasion. I mean, I feel like over the past couple of years, we really have seen Russia almost just continue to learn from the sanctions evasion that they had historically done. They've just kind of doubled down on that a little bit as they continue to try to evade sanctions. I was wondering if any of you would like to chime in on how have the sanctions evasion challenges evolved over the past year and a half? Has that created issues on the enforcement side? And if any of you have thoughts on what is Russia kind of learning about this space?
I think we've come really a long way. I mean, at the outset of the second most recent invasion, historically, our respective countries, I think we would all be willing to admit, there's a little bit of a mismatch in our respective sanction regimes and our ability to really assist each other and work collaboratively together. We have, as David pointed out, in the last 2 years, each country taken stock of what our limits are and what we can do to fill the gaps and get better at coordination. And so I think that's why the broadening of the definition of success is so important. It is not, I'm from the Department of Justice, Mike's from the Department of Treasury. If you were to ask us historically and our principles, there'd be a goal for our respective departments to be the first to get some type of disruption in play. That has changed, right? We have defined success broadly, not only within our country, but across the pond, to take into consideration that if a criminal indictment is not possible every single time, that's okay. As long as our regulators who have a strict liability legal standard or our foreign partners who may have higher equities are taking action. And that is the most powerful way to show that these programs are working. I think we've also learned through this process that silos need to come down. The Department of Justice has historically done a lot of sanctions prosecutions, a lot of export control prosecutions, but there wasn't really an orchestrated way of approaching these, of bringing OFAC, for example, early on so that they can, in parallel, make an assessment as to whether or not they can act where we may fall short. And so that way of thinking has changed. It is a legacy of our efforts to get better at this, and we'll continue to take stock and make changes as necessary moving forward.
Couldn't agree more, and I would just kind of remind myself sometimes about the challenge of the target that we're facing. Russia has been at this not since 2014. They've been at it really since 1949 and the advent of COCOM. And so they've had many decades to practice their efforts at sanctions evasion, their integration into the global economy, their willingness to use money in varying ways to co-opt persons throughout the globe in one way or another really presents a remarkably challenging and difficult front. And so I think to David's point there, that our ability to evolve our authorities and to make sure that we can work closely with our partners so that if we can't take action in one country, let alone one department, that maybe somebody else can.
Perhaps I think what we also see is really with the roots or the schemes becoming increasingly complex, and sometimes they're really mind-boggling when you follow some of these trade routes that we see. I think the key thing is the information sharing and sort of the common analysis and common understanding of that information. I think this is what we really see in a member state level being done, and I think this was raised with the FIUs. I mean, FIUs, of course, in most of the member states, have a lot of capacity or experience already from a AML whole context and discussion, so they're having a lot of this know-how. And this is being spilled over. And I think, of course, on the Commission side, we are trying to give that guidance. We are trying to give some support, not only to member states, but what has been touched upon, certainly also companies, and that's crucial. But David already referred to this. I think it's also this quite remarkable way how we have cooperated on these kind of analysis on information sharing. I mean, just this Monday, EU Sanctions Envoy David O'Sullivan, he convened the international sanctions coordinators from G7, but way beyond, so with the like-minded partners, like-minded allies. We convened in Brussels to really discuss where we stand, what needs to be done, what are the patterns we see, and I think this is really, on all counts, unprecedented also in that regard. Did you want to add?
I would just add briefly, I think on the financial side, one of the things we've done is going after some of those financial enablers, those people that allow obfuscation of assets, and I think it goes to that point around really looking at your authorities and using them to the best of your ability to cause disruption. And then I think to Data's point around how we've impacted on trading goods, this sometimes feels like a game of whack-a-mole, but actually whack-a-mole is success. Basically, yes. Every time we make it harder or more expensive for Russia to obtain particular goods, this is success, so putting as much grit into the system as possible.
That's great. I do appreciate how, David, how you discussed it, of like the definition of success has expanded. And DOJ used to be
whack-a-mole
criminal
is
cases.
success is
now
going to be
it's-
my new line. That's good. No, that's absolutely right. At the core of this, I know our task force at the very outset made a lot of efforts to go after the ostentatious, very loud wealths, your mega luxury yachts and planes, but the true bang for your buck, if you will, the where things will really make an impact is going after the facilitators, as David pointed out. These are people who have very special skill sets. To replace them will take time. They service multiple Russian elites at the same time. And to sanction them in a coordinated way, to investigate them in a coordinated way, to really try to neutralize their impact, that's going to be the deciding factor on how these sanctions really bear fruit at the end of the day.
If I may just pick up on that briefly, I think that another place to look for metrics of success is in Russia's response, exactly that. To what degree do they need to invest in new networks? To what degree do they need to incentivize those who they're working with? To what degree do they need to revisit their tax schemes, for example, in response to the price cap initiative? Because those are costs for them. And when they're focusing on that, they're not able to focus as much, at least, on some of the other things that they're doing. And so for us, keeping them guessing just as much as they can keep us guessing is really incumbent and part of the challenge.
And Darta, I wanted to ask you just from an EU perspective, because I think you're in a unique position where you have several member states that all have different rules, authorities. Does that create a lot of challenges in the enforcement space, just recognizing everyone kind of approaches things differently from a domestic standpoint?
I mean, of course, if you have 27 member states, and I mean, in our legal system, indeed, member states are at the forefront of implementation. So they are the ones responsible, but not only about for implementation, but also for enforcement. So this is all at the forefront of the member states, and I think really, and we've touched upon it many, many times, the challenge has been massive.
Yeah.
I mean, we had 40+ sanctions regimes before in the EU in place, both autonomous and Security Council mandated. But of course, nothing comparable to this. So of course, this is a huge challenge. But as I said, I think the response has been remarkable. We all have worked with, and I think this I can say on behalf of us, we have worked with resources that we had at hand. We have worked with the knowledge we had at hand. The rise of that ability has been incredibly steep on all counts. But that doesn't mean, of course, that we shouldn't push or we shouldn't strengthen those capabilities, but this is exactly what is happening.
And before I turn it over to audience questions, I wanted to just get the group's thoughts. The G7 being used as a mechanism to coordinate economic sanctions, that had never been done before. Do you see this as kind of the movement forward of using the G7 in this way? Do you think it would ever expand to the G20? Or new mechanisms kind of developing out of the coordination that's going on across different partners against Russia?
I sure hope so. All of the G7 countries have invested a considerable amount of time over the last 2 years to sharpen our respective sanctions and export control regimes. And although it's not a perfect system, and we obviously will continue to push forward and more aggressively, there are tangible dividends that are coming out of that effort. And so we are seeing that in the way in which the Russian war machine is not able to be as successful as it wants to be. And whether it's continuing that in the Russian conflict or in a different conflict, my certainly hope is that we continue to leverage these powerful tools that we are only getting better at using. And so I think it'd be very hard to walk away from such an effective tool. And if anything, things, at least within the United States, for example, are indicative of us relying on these even more. To include, Darta talked about adding additional resources for her line of effort. The Department of Justice hired or is in the process of hiring 25 new federal prosecutors devoted exclusively to this problem set. We've anointed the first chief counsel and deputy chief counsel for corporate investigations, specifically with a national security perspective. In addition to my task force, there's the creation of the Disruptive Technology Strike Force, which is a joint venture between the National Security Division of DOJ and the Commerce Department. But that also has a significant footprint globally in that effort of trying to get our allies to fixate on export controls as a tool. So I'd be hard-pressed to see us investing in that path, in those permanent resources, and then walking back from them as an effective tool for the next conflict.
So it strikes that the G7 will continue to be a core nucleus of the multilateral efforts to respond to aggression of this nature. And I would also just acknowledge also the role that other key economies and partners play in the price cap coalition, for example, which goes beyond the G7. And I think that depending on the initiative and depending on the regime, we can see more or less, a core of G7 countries that is expanded on a somewhat ad hoc basis to include like-minded partners as well.
No, I mean, I, of course, very much concur with what has been said, but perhaps to give just the other angle, I think it's also we've seen that many of the measures, especially when we deal with the economy and when we deal with a jurisdiction the size of Russia, we've seen that many of the measures actually had their strength in being taken jointly. Mm-hmm. Because especially when we look at the financial sanctions that were taken, I mean, it would be very well if, let's say, the EU does it, but if, for instance, we don't have a common understanding with the partners, it simply would spill over somewhere else. And I think this is really the realization that we've had, that really the strength of what we are doing in many regards, also oil price cap, I think, is an excellent example. It has been in this unity, it has been in this cooperation that we have had.
Did you have anything to add?
I was speaking over coffee with a couple of people who were at the centre of government at the start of the crisis, the invasion of Ukraine. And I think one of the unique advantages of the G7 is you can move at speed. And I think that ability to react quickly, whether it's through political directors' networks or Sherpas' networks, I think that's a unique advantage. But I completely agree with the other speakers. It's not an exclusive club. We're working very closely with the Australians on the oil price cap. I think South Korea is playing a really important role on the goods side. And I think it's a basis to work from, but you can expand it depending on the issue.
And actually, it might be a good time to transition to audience questions. I will take a question from online audience first, and then I'll open it up to the people in the room, if that's okay. Because there is a question on the oil price cap. And I agree that it has been considered a success. But the question that we have is more focused on how it's being enforced. And do we anticipate, will there be secondary sanctions associated with the price cap at some point? You know, what are the consequences that are being created if there's a new means of invasion that will make trade and finance less transparent or more dangerous? So I guess what next steps on the oil price cap?
Well, sure, just on the enforcement question.
Yeah.
I mean, I think that the same considerations that informed the development of the policy, which included maintaining global oil price stability, as well as reducing Russian oil revenues, I think also informs our approach to enforcement. We've been actively surveilling the universe of actors involved in shipping Russian oil. Of course, the violations arise when parties use G7 services, coalition services, to transport oil above the $60 cap. And so we've been working very closely with industry to monitor exactly what various carriers, shippers, traders, refiners are doing. We've seen a very high degree of responsiveness, I think, and so in many ways, I think it's been a success story of the industry successfully policing itself. And I think that really speaks to the broader view of enforcement that we at OFAC adopt, which is really that enforcement is in service of compliance. For us, it's not a punitive measure, it's an effort to ensure that people obey the law. And in the price cap, so far we've seen, I think, remarkable success in that respect. And when there's evidence of evasion of that, I think we're going to look very closely about what the appropriate response will be.
And now I'd like to turn it to the room. The gentleman in the back.
Christoph von Marschall, I'm a member of the Atlantic Brücke, but also a journalist with der Tagesspiegel here in Berlin. I have to apologize that I want to a little bit disturb the happy talk about what we are doing together, because it seems to me that there are clear limits to this common approach. Certainly on sanctions on Russia, we try to be on the same page, but we are talking here about general economic statecraft. And if I recall the reactions of the European Union to the double crisis of pandemia and the war, I didn't have the feeling that the EU was consulting with the US before it decided on the Green Deal. The same is true with IRA in the States. We have tensions, how it applies to European economic interests. Again, no real consultation. China, do we have a common approach to China, which goes further than just to say, well, at the moment it's rather, it's not decoupling, it's de-risking. And I would challenge you on that approach. Didn't we really need much more? It seems to me that all these measures are tailored to the local politics, to local or national enterprises and so on. But there are clear limits on this transatlantic common approach to economic statecraft. Could you a little bit give us your ideas about this challenge?
Does anyone want to take that?
Well, I'm happy to say, look, we are all different countries. We are going to have different priorities. Our focus here is really on the common areas where we do agree on a path forward. And what we've highlighted for the last hour is the tremendous amount of progress that we as an alliance have made just in the last 2 years of not mirroring our respective sanctions program. That's impossible. We're all very sovereign and we're all different countries with different systems. But we have tried to bridge that gap. And we've had successes, and we'll continue to improve on those areas where we can. And we'll continue the great debates on the areas where we disagree.
100%. And I think that maybe the example of sanctions is a good model for how we can overcome differences. I think that the EU and the United States have not historically always seen eye to eye on these issues. And I think because of the core nature of our alliance more broadly, we've been able to discuss and to resolve them and move towards a condominium of sorts in where we agree we can act together, and where we disagree have open channels of communication to address them.
Thank you.
Yeah, and I think it's really, this example of what we're discussing here today is really one of sort of a common identification of a common and incredibly high threat, not only for Europe, but globally, of course. And I think this has really been also then the shift in that thinking. And exactly as colleagues already said, I think there is a lot of very, very valuable lessons to be learned from that process on cooperation as well.
Yeah, I'd agree with you. It's been interesting to see where there's the common narrative and we are all on the same page. That's where we can really advance together. The gentleman in the front. I think a microphone's coming for you.
Thank you. It's very interesting. I'm Tom O'Donnell. I work on energy and geopolitics. I've been based in Berlin for about 10 years, American. So I have a very specific question about the price cap, and that's reports that there's a significant amount of money that the Russian companies are holding outside the country. On the one hand, you can look at that's a success, and on the other hand, it's it's money that they have. So maybe if you could talk a little bit about how that's handled. The other thing is more general, which I'm not sure if it's fair to ask you guys. This is more the people who set the policy. But the perspective has been that, it's a war and both sides escalate. So what would the next step be, is what I'm thinking about, in the sense that one idea is naturally a number of countries, Poland, the Baltic states, would like to squeeze the price cap more. Now that the bureaucracy, if you want to call it, is in place, squeezing it. But what I would say is this: I understand the importance of trying to maintain, obviously, energy security, not to have too volatile a price. But from the very beginning, what a lot of us energy experts have said, and Fatih Birol has said a number of times at the IEA, the world has plenty of oil and gas. Russia could be completely replaced, and everything could work fine. So that's sort of another step that hasn't gotten to. So I had expected that if this goes well, or maybe if it goes farther, there could be a very positive program to encourage countries to invest in oil. There's plenty of it there, or not only in the United States, the Middle East and so forth, but what you need is a signal to the market. If the market knew 6 months from now, 9 months from now, there's maybe 6-month increments, something is going to be done that will reduce the amount of Russian oil that's easily available. That's a significant signal, and we know with all the products and with the product sanctions that were put on, for example, it was all priced in well before. So it's just a perspective what you might think of these.
Well, just with respect to the money Russia holds abroad, it was not the goal of the price cap or any of our sanctions to lock up all of Russia's funds. We don't have comprehensive sanctions on Russia. It is a broad program, but certainly, it very much depends on whose assets they are. And if they don't belong to a sanctioned entity, then they can be locked up and they can be used as long as it's not for something that violates another set of restrictions, export control restrictions, or the like. And of course, they're finding ways to do that, but that's what our whole panel has been about, is policing that. With respect to the broader question, I think that there is a very active ongoing dialogue. The coalition speaks regularly, and there are different elements of each of our governments that are responsible for different aspects of the price cap initiative. And so we have a compliance and enforcement channel, and then we have our economists and energy experts speak actively. So I'm afraid I won't have too much to say about what is in the offing, but I can tell you that it's been very responsive to energy market developments, and there are a number of ideas always being discussed to ensure that the goals of the price cap, energy stability, reducing Russian oil revenues, are met. And I think on that latter point, I think we've seen significant success so far. So we'll keep doing that.
The gentleman in the back.
Thank you. Moritz Groth from Berlin Global Advisors. Over the course of this week and the past, reports have emerged that Germany and perhaps other European Union member states have been buying up refined products, oil products from India, where obviously a lot of the crude oil exports from Russia has moved to in the wake of the sanctions, the EU sanctions on crude oil deliveries from Russia. Are there any plans on the side of the European Union or its member states to restrict that trade, even if it is currently technically legal?
No, I mean, exactly as you pointed out, currently, technically, there is no violation of EU sanctions with this happening. If the crude is refined in any third country and then travels to Europe. I must say, don't know the exact numbers, but I do not think, especially when it comes to the final products, the refined products, that it's such a huge proportion of our overall market. But we see, and I think that also links to the previous question, I mean, we see a lot of more EU-wide general thinking of diversify and sort of look at alternative also ways of energy in different ways and different energy sources and also on alternative energy sources.
The gentleman in the front.
Yes, please. I'm Wolfgang Barry-Schmidt. I'm with a military background, and I'm a young leader of the Atlantic Brücke and a lawyer in Munich. The question goes, and I'd very much be interested to hear your opinions on what can be done, should be done, quickly as possible, with regards to convincing Saudi Arabia not to cooperate with Russia. And nobody knowing what the enormous ramifications will be economically, inflation, etc. Thank you so much.
Mike, do you want to take that, or?
Well, I think broadly speaking, the security relationship with Saudi Arabia is very close, and I think you can read in press reports about ongoing discussions about ways to further strengthen that. And I would just say, very broadly speaking, that I think as we become more engaged and security relationships tighten as a general principle, I think we're better able to shape the strategic decisions of our partners. And so I think that is playing out as we speak.
The gentleman in the blue shirt.
Hi, Rudy Bachmann, University of Notre Dame, a member of the Atlantic Brücke. I heard a lot of shoulder padding, and in some ways I guess it's justified. Your impressive measures were done, you called it unprecedented. But the term unprecedented in some ways is also a bit irrelevant in some sense. And so what I heard little about is, in terms of evidence-based policy, an empirical evaluation, a detailed empirical evaluation, what part of the sanctions actually worked, which part didn't work. It's almost surely the case that some worked, some didn't not work so well. And in particular, in respect to the way we have, the timing we have introduced the sanctions. I know no economic model, no political model, no strategic model, no theory that would tell you that you should slowly step up these sanctions. Any model I know of strategic interaction will tell you, you've got to go in for the max immediately. And I understand that there are political constraints that may not make this possible, but thinking about this for the next conflict, or how are you thinking about this aspect and this dimension of imposing sanctions for the next conflict?
David, would you like to take that?
So I think that's a really interesting perspective. I think I would go back to the point around what would be the counterfactual if we hadn't imposed these sanctions. I think if we hadn't imposed the sanctions, the Russian state would have at least an additional 400 billion in revenue to spend on its war efforts, if you take into account the impact of the oil price cap, the immobilized assets, and freezing of state assets. We measure to the best we can, the impact of our sanctions and the different types of sanctions very regularly. We produce very regular reports for our ministers on this. It looks at, for example, what we're seeing in terms of the impact of our trade measures, particularly in relation to those common high priority goods. It looks at the impact of the oil price cap. The thing that's a bit harder to measure is the long-term impact on the Russian economy. So one of the things we haven't really talked about yet today is how that impact in terms of the 900,000 talented Russians who've left Russia, the impact of Western divestment, how that is impacting on Russia's longer-term future. I think that's something that's going to become increasingly a focus over the next few months, because you can see the discomfort level rising amongst elements of Russian society. I think the challenges for the ruble over the summer, I think, brought that home. So in answer to your question, we are measuring it. Some bits are easier to measure than others. I think on the point about going all in at once, obviously we're in a sort of political context here, and I think there were times at which we were ready to go and times at which we needed to wait a little bit until the politics were right and the economics were right. But I think that's a natural response. We're trying to do something which impacts on Russia without impacting disproportionately on ourselves.
And with that, we are at time for our panel. So I would like to thank all of you for your time today and for sharing your insights. This was a great discussion. Thank you. Introduce Ambassador Fried to the stage. Ambassador Fried is the Weiser Family Distinguished Fellow at the Atlantic Council and former ambassador to Poland. Thank you.
Thank you. We just heard a practitioners panel discuss how to push the Russian economy. I used to be a practitioner. That was my last job in government as the sanctions coordinator for the US Department of State. They were talking about how to hit the Russian economy. I'm being blunt, I'm not in government anymore, and how to punish it for its war of aggression, which, let's face it, recalls 20th century wars of aggression carried out by tyrants. A nasty business. But let's pull back and have some perspective. This conference is about the use of economic statecraft, both pressure, sticks, and engagement, carrots. And the use of such tools in a world that is commonly, but sometimes misleadingly called multipolar. Multipolar, yes, but let's be clear about the different poles. There is Russia, which is an aggressive tyranny. There is China, which constitutes a more profound, but perhaps less aggressive, hopefully less aggressive, challenge. And then there is the core community of democracies, whether we call it the global West, a term I hate, or the free world, which sometimes sounds too Cold War-ish. But the community of democracies with the United States and Europe at its core is another pole. We have to be on our own side. We have to recognize that our own strengths as societies and systems are sufficient to deal with our problems. The problems of Russia, of China, the global problems of climate change and development, and helping the world move from poverty to prosperity. We can do it ourselves. Last night, Fred Kemp said, the problem isn't China, the problem is us. Our common political weaknesses, the challenges we face from within. But this conference is about geoeconomics, and there's nobody better to talk about the big picture than Deputy Prime Minister Kaag of the Netherlands, who has long experience in the UN system, in the Dutch government, who is now Minister of Finance. She knows the ground, and there is nobody better positioned to talk about the big picture, to pull back from the practitioners panel we just heard from and talk about the overall context, what it is we're trying to achieve, and what we can achieve, and advice about the use of economic tools, economic statecraft. So my job is now done. It's my duty to get out of the way. Her talk will be followed by an open discussion between her and the Atlantic Council's president and CEO, Fred Kemp, someone I've known since I was one of his sources in the Clinton White House. That was so long ago I had hair. And we have been associates ever since. So, Deputy Prime Minister, I invite you to the stage and thank you for your presence.
Thank you very much. Well, good morning, and thank you very much for those kind words. I hope I'll be able to live up to at least part of it, and I look forward also to a discussion. The war of ideas is a Greek invention, Karl Popper wrote in Conjectures and Refutations, and is one of the most important inventions, so to speak, ever made. Indeed, the possibility of fighting with words and ideas instead of fighting with swords is the very basis of our civilization. End of quote. And I'm sure we all agree that with Popper that anything is better than reaching for the sword and reverting to the barbarism of warfare. And for this reason alone, it's important, it's good, that alternatives, be they words or ideas, as Popper argues, or the tools of modern-day economics are there. They are essential. GeoEconomics, the use of economic means to achieve political ends, has gained traction in recent years. And figures show that international conflicts are increasingly being fought on the economic terrain. Or perhaps we were naive not to acknowledge it actually much sooner. That could be a debate. Between 2014 and 2022, the amount of trade restrictions increased fivefold. Seen in this context, the war in Ukraine is as exceptional as it is horrific. And, lest we forget, there are also significant geoeconomic components to this hot conflict. But above all, I'd like to underscore what the ambassador just said, the need to fight, to rise, to confirm and affirm liberal democracies in our united stance against the horrific atrocities that are conducted by the illegal Russian invasion of Ukraine. Russia cannot win. But before sharing my views on how to face up to this development, allow me to briefly outline the causes. In the field of technology in particular, it's increasingly difficult to see or to determine where economics ends and security starts. The interwoven nature is one thing, but we need to be sharp, we need to be more determined and more precise. Because the latest developments in artificial intelligence, for instance, are of significant importance, not only economically, not only beneficial with risks to society, but also militarily. In addition, it's essential to recognize that in relative terms, the importance of the West is declining. In 2005, the GDP of the G7 alone was still 6 times that of the BRICS. Now it's 1.5 times. So the shift has happened in 18 years or less, and the pace is changing. So the implications of this downward trend are still unclear, but are we moving towards a bipolar world, tripolar, or as the ambassador has said, or should we be gearing up for a world order à la carte? But we need to be sure where we want to be and where our allies are and who they are. Obviously, I'm at the Transatlantic Forum, so it's pretty clear where they are for the Netherlands, also within the EU, but transatlanticism remains a pillar of our foreign policy, but also of our economic policy. But we also had to reconsider our assumption that economic cooperation can always be relied upon to drive political cooperation. The EU is one such product, but the end of history, as some people have put it. Connectedness or interconnectedness also creates areas of dependence, mutual dependence, that can all too easily be weaponized if there's a change of regime, a change of political order, and a change of interest. And for the EU in particular, this has proven to be a disruptive insight. After all, as I just mentioned, and you know that very well, the Union is founded, has risen from the ashes of the Second World War, and it's to that economic cooperation, economic collaboration, economic convergence also fosters political cooperation. So we've traditionally focused on being an open economy that relies and derives its strength from international rules, alignment and compliance with those rules, and mutually created dependencies. It remains an important principle. I do not want to renege that, far from it. But it's also good to acknowledge, be aware, and prepare for the fact it doesn't always work in the way it was intended. And last but not least, we're seeing a backlash against globalization in public debate. I do not follow the German press on a daily basis, but I can tell you for the Netherlands, globalization in some quarters has become a dirty word. It's synonymous with allegations, with suggestions of undermining, as if it's corrosive to society. It's aligned with many other assumptions that are not always easy to tackle in the same way because not all is rational. But we also know that growing inequality and the greater rightful coverage given to this are a factor that needs to be debated and discussed. What have been the benefits of globalization? How should globalization be altered? And how can it truly reach the benefits that all people, all citizens around this world need to be exposed to? Globalization has not brought all benefits to all people in equal manner. That is something we need to acknowledge, we need to be mindful of, and we need to tackle. But globalization is also an easy target, as I just alluded, for populists who offer no real solutions to current problems. Far from it, I would add. And partly due to these structural causes, there seems to have been a negative spiral in recent years. Trade restrictions, protectionist policies, and assertive diplomacy appear to have generated a tit-for-tat dynamic between actors that has led to a hardening or a further erosion of the quality and interactions in our international relations. We realize that in the US, economics is increasingly seen as a central battleground in geopolitical competition. We're also seeing a similar shift in the EU, and the latest editions of Foreign Affairs even refer to the geoeconomic awakening of the EU. And I can see some of you nod, I think approvingly, but we can possibly debate that further. And that brings me to a matter how we should be dealing with this development, not only from a status quo perspective, but rather from a moving forward perspective. What's the role of the Netherlands? The 17th economy in the world, the 5th in the European Union. We're not big, but we're forceful enough, and we're home to a number of the large, innovative companies. You'll remember Philips. I wouldn't say the olden days, but that's a well-known one from my generation. But more pertinently, of course, a company such as ASML, a global leader in its field. So what should be our role? How can we sustainably ensure our security, prosperity, environment, and way of life now and in the future in an increasingly complex international playing field where Western, and I align actually with the comments made by the ambassador, Western seems like an old term, liberal democracies' influence and reach risks to be on the waning side, so we need to assert ourselves. But before we get to these questions, we need to take a good look at ourselves. First of all, we need to improve and strengthen our own political economic foundations, as this determines our geoeconomic position to a large extent. Our homework needs to be done. We need to make our economies more competitive, innovative, and resilient to shocks. On top of that, we need effective solutions to our internal policy and political questions. And I, from an EU perspective, know that we need to find a quick solution to our economic governance review. This may be a moment where some of you in the audience from the US might have a yawn moment. I think, what is she talking about? It's our fiscal rules. It's how we pay our bills, how we invest, how we build our buffers, how we continue to be fit for purpose, particularly also within the euro area. But that means also we need to improve and strengthen, actually make progress towards the capital markets union. We should deepen that. EU capital markets are underdeveloped, they're fragmented, they're hampering early stage investments in innovation for sustainable growth. A sharp contrast to the United States in this regard. But back to the geoeconomic developments that we need to face. Let me state my position up front. I see it as a mix of defensive and open policy instruments. They're needed to meet these challenges. And it's a little bit similar to the way my country has dealt with water over time. You know we are below sea level. If climate change continues to happen the way it is, my country too will disappear, but we have some time. But the water is too powerful to be held back by only dikes. So we give space, we create space for the waters to flow. We tend to move with as the water moves. We let it flow through the meadows and store it underground. And if the space is insufficient, we can no longer store the water in the floodplains. We have the levees, an ultimate remedy to stop the water as a last resort. So take this as a perspective on our defensive measures. A starting point, of course, is one should never be naive. And perhaps we have been too latent or somewhat naive in the past. And it's an accusation, or rather a point made, that could have been levied at the EU at the beginning of this century, when other actors already sought to use their economic resources for political purposes. They are successful in undermining not only our interest, but of course also in undermining through the advancement of their interest. So we need to strengthen our level playing field within the EU, as this, if we don't act, can have major consequences for our prosperity and security. So defensive measures remain important also for the EU. And these may take the form of instruments designed to counter economic coercion or to defend the level playing field, the backbone of our internal market. And examples of how the EU has adapted to the changing world order includes the Foreign Direct Investment Screening Instrument and the Anti-Coercion Instrument. These are very practical measures taken to actually strengthen our position from a defensive perspective. But defensive measures also have their drawbacks, not in the least negative economic consequences. And a study commissioned by the IMF has shown that far-reaching geoeconomic fragmentation could lead to a worldwide drop in prosperity of up to 7% of global GDP in the worst-case scenario, with obviously the less developed countries and middle-income countries being particularly badly hit. And that's the equivalent of Germany and Japan disappearing from the global economy. Decoupling is therefore also not an option to the EU or the Netherlands. And we find it valuable that the concept of de-risking is getting more and more attention and traction, as the damage quickly goes beyond the economic arena. A fragmented or fragmenting geoeconomic world order impedes our ability to address global issues such as climate change, but also poverty, or actually achieve the advancements of global public goods. Fragmentation tends to be less efficient than cooperation. So fragmentation often comes at the expense of issues such as poverty reduction, education, climate change, mitigation, but to me, above all, adaptation. And this takes place at a time when our troubles in this era of polycrisis have increased significantly. In other words, the adverse effects of defensive measures can be major and have perhaps been a little bit underexposed in recent times. We've spoken to their value, but we have insufficiently acknowledged the indirect consequences. And as a result, mutually reinforced dependencies have also gained a bad reputation, and perhaps unfairly so. Because where there are dependencies, if properly managed and mitigated, through trade, for instance, the benefits of trade could also be measured and could be shared. But international relations have become grimmer, and a defensive reflex is the logical response. And I understand that, and I support that. But we need to be mindful of a self-reinforcing mechanism that results from the defensive reflex, a process in which we lose control or are faced with a lessening of influence. It's therefore vital that in addition to the necessary defensive measures, we make a concerted effort to shift our focus towards strengthened, enhanced cooperation, and perhaps in varied ways with different types of partnerships dependent on the country or situation you're dealing with. Obviously, I'm making a big carve out here for the current, for the current situation imposed on the world by Russia. Let me be very clear on this. I'm speaking more in general. Our position on the illegal Russian invasion of Ukraine is very clear, and I think we are very aligned, and we see ourselves in Europe as a front runner and a helpful ally where we can on sanctions, on the humanitarian field, the military field, as well as the reconstruction of Ukraine. So let me be clear, I make a carve out. But more in broader terms, when we want to speak cooperation in the Netherlands, we like to emphasize the concept of open strategic autonomy. I'm aware that in France, one speaks of strategic autonomy. The Netherlands and Spain have put forward a paper that speaks to open strategic autonomy. One could argue that the differences may be semantic, but open for us actually likes to reflect the importance we continue attached to being an open economy, to being an open society, that we see our security also strengthened through an investment in shared prosperity, in working collaborative partnerships with whom this is possible, in order to prevent further fragmentation. And in an ideal world, extended cooperation of this kind is governed still by multilateral rules, and it takes place in the spirit of cooperation. And the WTO still has a key role to fulfill in this regard, and reinstating the WTO's dispute settlement mechanism to us remains crucial. But multilateral cooperation, and I'm certainly not naive here, is not always equally effective when the world is changing, countries are shifting gear, and alliances are changing. So it's no surprise that we see a trend towards plurilateral cooperation between different parts of the world and different shifting alliances, dependent on the interests at stake. This is, however, a second best choice. And in times of geoeconomic fragmentation, it's sometimes the only route left open to us. When multilateral cooperation is actually mired in difficulty, other forms of cooperation, one has to be pragmatic, remain vital, may be needed, and can be useful to advance a return towards the formal multilateral forum, such as the WTO or others. And the EU is making efforts and progress in this regard. The work taking place in the Technology and Trade Council and the 2019 Trade and Investment Agreement with Japan are two very practical examples of this approach. Meanwhile, negotiations are also ongoing with other countries, including Chile and Australia. And EU expansion, enlargement, is also an example of new engagements and a changing approach to partnerships. And the benefits of these partnerships are multiple. Diversification, allowing for external shocks to be absorbed. Diversification is also a way to actually reduce high-risk dependencies compared to industrial policies such as onshoring. And just look at the crucial role played by international actors, of course the US, in supplying gas to the EU. There are different ways to tackle problems that we've encountered. Now, the benefits of open geoeconomic measures and building broader cooperation are obvious. But talk is easy, as many of you know, and I'm looking particularly to the practitioner. The gap between our talk and reality can sometimes be quite tough. And whilst we acknowledge the world has changed, we also need to affirm our role in it and the instruments we find optimal in advancing and strengthening the role of liberal societies, liberal democracies, and our place in the world. So that means cooperation can not only focus on the usual suspects, our closest allies. We also need to find ways in tackling and changing and building new partnerships or relationships with countries with whom we find it much harder and with whom we often do not have much in common, but still a shared agenda of peace, security, poverty reduction, sustainability. And I would like to urge all of us to look at different and differentiated cooperative ventures in the public and private sectors with third countries that have an outward-looking stance and have a shared interest still in rule-based trading order. Because countries that can offer mutual gains in prosperity, and for us as an EU, the Netherlands as an EU member, can serve as a reliable partner. And in saying this, we consider a new approach to the Global South essential. And I know the EU President Ursula von der Leyen has also spoken to this. This too is a part of an effective new geoeconomic policy, but one that is open as opposed to only defensive and which offers more advantages than disadvantages. In this complex world, I think it's upon us, with the tools, the instruments, and the experience, to not always change track, but certainly offer greater diversity in our solutions. That's the only way we can effective. We have the means, and we certainly still have the funding and the financing to be an effective counterpart in this multipolar world. Thank you.
That was an important statement. Thank you so much. So, Madam Deputy Prime Minister, Madam Minister, let me start. There's so much richness in your speech on Russia cannot win, the importance of Western decline, relative decline that we're talking about, issues, the geoeconomic awakening of the EU. I want to come back to that. Geoeconomic fragmentation, really taking a look at a quite different world that we're going into. We've got about 15 minutes, I think, that the organizers have given us. So let me ask a couple of questions, and I hope we get to the audience. Let me start with sanctions. And the first panel talked about this a lot, too. Putin's still there.
Yeah.
The Russian economy doesn't seem to be doing all that badly. His engagement in the nature of his war hasn't been influenced by sanctions. So there's dangers to sanctions, as you said. There's upsides to sanctions. What grade would you give these so far? How have they worked?
Well, I think they have had a significant effect on the Russian economy. There is a sharp decline in consumer spending, despite of what the Russians tell us, of course, but based on other sources, rising inflation and declining production in the arms industry. Sanctions are always a matter of, and I'm looking to the ambassador, the former coordinator, of having the long haul. If anybody believes that in imposing sanctions that a dictator or an aggressor will immediately say, oh, that's right, I've seen it now, I've seen the light, I give in. No, that's never happened. The history of sanctions is one of long term, sadly. So I think sometimes we need to communicate effectively that we will not relent. We will always find new packages, more sharper and so-called smarter sanctions to target and effectively halt as quickly as possible all instruments of warfare, money being an important factor. But had we expected an immediate overturn? No. And I think that's upon us to explain that better. But we have evidence that the 11 sanctions packages that have been introduced so far have worked and are working. The question is to maintain and sustain the pace and always look for the loopholes to avoid sanctions diversion. That requires particular work by the EU, and we're working on that. And it requires ministries of finance to be particularly accurate to find which ways the Russian economy is still finding their financial avenues. Of course, we also need to look at other big players. I mean, the whole point of crypto and diversion is a big risk. How is the war effort still sustained? How do we deal with other international players that are directly or indirectly enabling the war effort? Those are the political questions to tackle alongside the maintenance and sustenance of sanctions.
So you would be in favor of, as one says, tightening the screws at this point even further? Would you do more sanctions? Would you do secondary sanctions? What do you think we should be looking to next?
Well, in terms of a principled stance, the Netherlands is always willing to explore additional sanctions. One needs to be mindful of the fact that we need to introduce measures that can either work, or have a primary or secondary effect. I'm not in the latest inner workings of the discussion, what we're discussing in Brussels today. I can't do that. We only pronounce them once they're adopted. Mm-hmm. But our stance is that we should not leave any avenue unexplored. And that's alongside the discussion if we can use the Russian frozen assets, under which conditions legally it's viable to use the frozen assets to assist in the reconstruction of Ukraine.
Most of which are held in Europe.
Most of which are held in Europe, certainly the state-held.
I was just talking to the Deputy Prime Minister of Canada, Chrystia Freeland, and they hold about $5 billion, and they're willing to do it. But of course, that's not $300 billion, and that would make a big difference as we rebuild this. On the positive measures, those are the coercive measures. On the positive measures, are we doing well enough on the coercive measures? To a certain extent, you're saying yes, but we should do more. On the positive measures, let me link these together with your comments about the geoeconomic awakening of the EU and the plurilateralism, geoeconomic fragmentation. Somehow that seems to all fit together. You know, we have implemented our Inflation Reduction Act.
Yep.
That seems like a piece of fragmentation. You have to tell me if you agree it is. The EU has got an answer to that. I don't know if it will work quite as well, but it's very interesting. So as you're looking at the positive measures, particularly transatlantic positive measures, give us your situation report. Mm-hmm. How well are we doing, or how poorly are we doing? And particularly in the context of trade and the fragmentation you're talking about, and the IRA and the European equivalent.
Yeah, well, I think as a matter of principle, as strong allies from a transatlantic perspective, the EU, but of course also in NATO, we should always be mindful of the fact that any measures we adopt, certainly from an EU perspective, doesn't run counter the broader geopolitical interests we have, our shared values. I found that the EU, not the response to the IRA, I think a follow-up to the IRA, I would call the EU actions taken, should not be seen as a defensive posture to the US. The US has leapfrogged. I think it's beneficial to tackle climate change. It aids the American economy. And actually, I've always looked at it as something where we shouldn't say, oh, look at the Americans, they're doing this. No, we should be getting our own act together. We should position ourselves in a way that we can be both complementary, and we're using different instruments. The difficulty, if you compare the systems separate from a few areas that may be sort of not totally in alignment with the WTO, I don't think that's the heart of the matter. The US government has introduced a system that works via tax credits, which is easy, it's accessible, that works quickly. And within Europe, we sometimes tend to be sort of slow, and certainly for businesses, despite the volume of financing available, they're finding it very hard to basically have access to the funding. So we need to get our own house in order that we're more agile and more flexible. That's not an American problem. I think that's an inner European problem. So I don't think that actually results in further fragmentation. It's how we use it and how we sort of position ourselves. So I don't think the battle is not EU-US. The issue is really, are we fit for purpose to go and build this new economy that is green, that is inclusive, and that creates jobs for the future, and that assists our companies to be competitive? We both have free market economies, and we should sustain that. And competition is healthy. One shouldn't be daunted by it. And an overdue rate of state subsidies is not helping our economy.
So I'm going to ask one more question, then I'm going to look to the audience. And the organizers have to let me know whether this clock is in front of me correct for our time remaining, or what I was whispered as in my ear is the time we have to close. So somebody just needs to pass.
Is that the gap between the 22 and the 32? What is it?
Well, we either have 22 minutes left or we have 8 minutes left, depending on my instructions. But I want you to define and tell me what you're thinking about when you talk about the EU's geoeconomic awakening. That was a really interesting term for me and a new term for me. So what is the awakening about it, and how would you describe it?
Well, I think in lay political practitioners' terms, I would say it, because I'm not the political scientist here. I think it's an awakening of the fact that we always thought we worked towards the internal market. Then we've been very preoccupied with accession and enlargement, but it's always EU-centered. When I worked outside, I've worked a lot in the Middle East and so-called fragile states. I always encountered an EU that was busy with the market and with trade, but didn't spread its political wings. Yep. And many countries and players looked towards the EU, and I don't want to quote Henry Kissinger, but you know what I mean, to say, who do we deal with, when do we deal with them? Yeah. And it's not really happening. And the latest phase, perhaps also further accelerated and triggered by a war on the continent, has shown that the EU needs to not only get its house in order, use the instruments it has, but it needs to assert itself on the international stage. And you can use instruments in a way that advances that position, but in a collaborative way with its partners. And our strength is not the military, because that is derived from NATO, the alliance, and the Americans being the leader of NATO. We need to get our house in order when it comes to defense expenditure, but we also need to get our house in order when it comes to the political decision-making. And abolishment, for instance, of the vetoes on EU foreign policy would be like the big first ticket item. But geoeconomics is a source of our strength. Trade agreements, offering support, offering access to our markets, building capacity. It's soft.
And regulatory standards.
And regulatory standards, yeah, I know that's when we come to the little wood pellets, for instance, for the US. Yeah. But regulatory standards, there are many ways. And I think the foreign direct investment screening, that's new to us. I couldn't have imagined that perhaps 10 years ago. When it comes to outward bound screening, outward bound investment screening, that's under discussion. The fact that we have the global gateway when it comes to building partnerships with countries with whom we do not have a trade agreement, but we want to have some form of economic exchange or interest, and so you build elements of a potential partnership. So all these areas, I think, are bolstering the presence of the European Union, even though we are 27 member states, different backgrounds, different political systems, but bolstering the presence. And geoeconomics in a world where it's more about those areas of influence and wealth that can be leveraged and or peacefully weaponized. That's an area that I think that is new, but we need to build on that.
Yeah. No, I know when I was running the Wall Street Journal in Europe, we introduced the term into the lexicon of the EU as a superpower regulator, but now it's gone way beyond that to using economic elsewhere. So I'm looking for questions, please. Norbert, and then why don't we pick up these two questions, and then with the microphone here in the front. And not everyone knows who everybody is, so please introduce yourself to the audience as well.
No, it's on. My name is Norbert Röttgen. I'm the Vice Chairman of Atlantic Brücke and a member of the German Parliament. I have a question on Russian gas. As you know, so far, no gas sanctions have been, no European sanctions on Russian gas have been imposed. Russian gas is not entering Europe via pipelines. The one has been destroyed, the other not completed, but Europe has become the relatively largest consumer of Russian gas nevertheless, because it is shipped now as LNG to European ports, then regasified, and then transferred and sent across Europe. So we are filling with billions of dollars yearly, annually, the war chest of Vladimir Putin. Is your view on that we should stop this as Europeans?
That's a tough one. I was worried that you were going to ask me about Nord Stream, the pipeline. Well, to be honest, I'm not sure if we have adopted a position in the Dutch cabinet, so I want to be mindful that I'm not sort of expressing myself in advance of a government position. I think it is the right question to ask, because we cannot be naive or suggest, well, we stopped using gas. The Netherlands was one of the first ones to be out of Russian gas, and we even had a debate with our municipalities that had contracts with Gazprom, and we tried to sanction them. Actually, it didn't hold up in front of the courts. But the real question is indeed, are we indirectly enabling diversion? It comes in through different ways, but it still ends up in the Russian coffers. I think that's the debate to have in Brussels. So I'm taking your question forward. I also want to know from my colleague. The other question, of course, is, then you come to the point of mutual dependencies, can we afford it? And I don't mean financially. How significant is our dependency? You may know the answer, but
right.
No. But I take forward your question.
Please.
My name is Martin Mühleisen, ex-IMF, and now with the Atlantic Council, Senior Fellow. You mentioned the long-term impact of sanctions, and indeed keeping the pressure up on Russia for hopefully not too many years, but many years will be necessary to see this conflict come to a successful conclusion from the European and US perspective. But there's also significant pressures on the other side in keeping that coalition together. There's the military expenditure, you mentioned climate costs, very tight fiscal positions everywhere, relatively high inflation, rising interest rates, that cause, I think, tremendous political difficulties coming over the coming years too. There are important elections in the US, there are elections also in Europe with forces that are more Russia-friendly than many of us in this room would like to see, possibly gaining votes. So how do you see the long-term capacity of Europe, of European countries, the EU, and also our transatlantic partners to maintain that position and see this conflict through to a successful conclusion?
And I guess I'd add to that, with your own elections in November, how do you see the impact of them on this as well?
Well, first of all, it depends really on our ability to continue to foster economic growth in the Eurozone. That's extremely important. Now, I know in Germany it hasn't been so fantastic, let's say, in recent periods. We still have very modest growth, but it's nothing to write home about. So that is the sort of the underpinning. Secondly, a lot of countries, including my own country, we've spent significantly and generously last year to deal with historic inflation rates and provide for purchasing power packages for consumers, for our citizens. However, we've done it in such a large measure, it's not sustainable over time. And that brings me to the need to have the proper fiscal reforms. So, we need to start living post-corona, post-2022, the economic hit. We need to start living within our own means again. And that's where the crunch comes, that a lot of citizens have gotten used to generous compensation by the state. Now we've reached a time where we can no longer afford it. Economic uncertainty has crept in, so we need to start taking tougher choices, either raise taxes, not always very popular, or cut cost, either one of the two. So this is, I think, a potential Achilles heel. On top of that, in a number of European countries, new governments have been elected with populist voices, either supporting it or being within the government. And they often feed the idea, and we hear it too in our Dutch parliament, as if there's a false choice, false contradiction between support and the cost of financing the courageous war effort led by the Ukrainians against the Russian invasion militarily and at a humanitarian level, and the need to keep up the financing of the state of Ukraine to assist in that way, and the cost of living debates we're having domestically. It's a false narrative. If we lose the war in Ukraine, we're all lost. No peace and security on this continent. This is something we have to keep financing, and I think we need continued courageous political leadership from mainstream political parties, right or left of the spectrum, to keep bringing home this message. It's not free of charge. So it requires also prudent fiscal choices domestically, which are not always very popular, but necessary with a long-term view. So how I see it, I'm not entirely optimistic. Certainly if I look at elections in a number of countries, I was the former party leader of a progressive liberal party. We're not doing fantastically in the polls, euphemistically put. But you shouldn't be scared of polls or polling to say the right thing and to stand for what is right. And I think that's what matters right now.
That's terrific. Well, I fear we've run out of time, but what a rich conversation this has been. And you've put a lot of terms, thinking on the table that I think we'll continue talking about as we go forward. And I hope we'll pick up on this conversation on plurilateralism. I wrote something last week saying the time of multi-alignment, the time of non-alignment is over, it's now multi-alignment.
That's correct.
And people don't want to choose sides,
yeah.
China or the US, particularly in the global south.
Yeah.
And so I think this is going to be a confusing shakeout period. That seems to be what you were saying there, is that right?
I think so, but also I think we have to be fairly pragmatic. When I was Minister for Trade in the previous Rutte government, I was actually, although being a staunch multilateralist, I believed that working in a plurilateral way towards, hopefully, multilateral endorsed outcomes is a way moving forward and not giving up on the system and not also becoming a passive bystander of an erosion of what are internationally agreed rules and values and standards. We have to sort of breathe new life and perspective into the system. You do not have to continuously reform the system, you have to make it work in a different way. And I think there, plurilateralism can be a way to continue to engage and to bring different players into the system. Because there is no such thing as one bloc and one bloc. Not everybody from the Global South agrees on every topic with each other. They're also varied and differentiated interests. Same as we have them in the EU, let's face it, but we're still members of the EU.
Thank you.
Proudly so.
Thank you for making the trip to Berlin this morning. And ask the audience to join me in thanking the First Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance of the Netherlands.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Tell Mark.
Yes, please.
Ladies and gentlemen, please now welcome to the floor Stephanie Flanders, Senior Executive Editor at Bloomberg.
Thank you very much. I think we are set up to continue a fantastic conversation around geoeconomics and where we are in the world. This session is going to be talking about different perspectives on multilateralism, the future of multilateralism, if it has one, and I'm delighted that we have such eminent minds on this subject, eminent and influential minds on this subject, to discuss it with me. If you want to come to the stage, gentlemen, Jörg Kukis, State Secretary and a vital advisor on economic and financial affairs to the Chancellor here, and Dalip Singh, who I think is partly responsible for this conference in many ways. Things that he said a year ago inspired the subject and indeed much of the discussion that the Atlantic Council has had on these subjects. But you're now, as of last year, Chief Global Economist and Head of Macro Research at PGIM, but of course before that, Deputy National Security Advisor in the White House. So I was looking, it's always good just as an initial guide to look at what you're supposed to be talking about, and then as a journalist think about how can I make that fit my own agenda. But I think where the Transatlantic Council wanted us to start is more or less where I would want to start, which is to think about not just American and German perspectives on multilateralism, but what it even means to those countries today, given what's happened in the last few years, particularly in the last year. As an economist who's worked in different parts of this topic, for a long time, multilateralism in the economic sphere was about getting people to park their political differences outside the room, forging common ground for easier flow of goods and capital around the world. And that was our model for economic multilateralism for a long time. Now the differences are in the room, at least when you look at the G20 summits of the last year or so. And often the multilateralism that's being discussed feels more about coalitions against rather than for. So, Jörg, if you'll forgive me, although you're from the host country, I wanted to actually ask Dalit, because you thought about this so much. For you, what is multilateralism today? And if you look at the response to the Russian invasion of Ukraine, is it in a weaker or a stronger position than a few years ago?
Thank you, Stephanie, and good to be with you, Jörg. And thanks, everybody, for being here as well. There's just so much to say about this. I'll have to pick my spots. So, I think we're at a really delicate moment. You know, the world has become accustomed to the use of negative coercive devices more frequently and more potently than we've seen before. We know what those devices are: sanctions, export controls, tariffs, investment restrictions, and so on. But I am struck, with time and distance from my job in government, by the unfortunate reality that 2/3 of the world's population has not joined our sanctions coalition. As I've spoken to officials from those countries since I left, some voice concerns about efficacy of negative coercive devices. The spillovers exceed the benefits. Others, privately at least, push back on the legitimacy of using negative coercive devices, and they say it's an illegitimate exercise of brute economic force. So I think if we want to revitalize multilateralism, we've got to hear those concerns and reflect on them very carefully. We can't be defensive about it. We can't feel threatened by them. But it leads me to a belief that we have to achieve more balance in how we use multilateral gatherings and what message we're sending to third countries and the global south in particular. Because right now there is a perception that our statecraft of first resort are the types of devices that inflict economic pain and break economic linkages across the world. And there are a whole set of tools, and this is really what I was talking about last year, that can positively induce and attract countries through the prospect of mutual economic gain. Those are much harder tools to deploy. Often they require legislative authorities to appropriate money. And there may be, in many cases, tools that have yet to be invented, or we can reimagine existing ones or augment them. But that, I think, is, I'm not answering your question directly, but I'm saying I know the path towards a revitalized form of multilateralism. And it is in the use of these tools that can attract countries that right now are hedging their bets, and they're trying to carve out a non-aligned path. We have to offer to them the promise of these positive inducements, and they have to conclude that their strategic interests are still aligned with ours. I believe that's the case. We have to show it.
Your cookies.
Well, I think my conclusion from the G20 summit is that it is a sign of strength of multilateralism, because the Indian presidency chose a different route than the Indonesian presidency, right? The Indonesian presidency was willing to accept split language and very skillfully crafted a text where there was a strong condemnation of the Russian war of aggression included, but it had the disclaimer, most countries in it. So Indonesia was willing to accept that. It became very visible in the statement that there were different views. That was also part of the part of the statement, whereas the Indian presidency had a very different approach. The Indian presidency from the beginning said, we do not want most, many, some language in the text. We want a text that everyone can subscribe to. So in a way, that is a sign that there is an attempt to form more unity. And the fact that the final proposal was tabled by 4 emerging markets, Indonesia, India, Brazil, South Africa, in that sequence the G20 presidencies, last year, this year, the next 2 years, is also a sign that the emerging economies have a different perspective of the way multilateralism should go. And in a way, it's also a strength, because if you look at the text and you look at the commitment that the G20 made, it is a very strong statement in favor of the core principles of the UN Charter. No gain of land by force, respect for territorial integrity, sovereignty, and therefore gave a very strong statement of those core principles that we all live for. Of course, that implicitly accepts that there is a different interpretation of how that pertains to Russia's war of aggression against Ukraine. And there, the leap's point, both in terms of the voting behavior in the UN General Assembly and the statements from the UN and the participation or not in sanctions has a divergence. But the fact that we all committed to these very strong core principles is something that eventually will help us in this process.
Can I say something about communiques and so forth, especially, I mean, this is really G20 versus G7, and I just don't think, there's no G20 communique that's going to obscure the fact that we've returned to a very intense period of great power competition in which 2 key members have expressed and revealed a desire to disrupt that order. There's no contortion of words that will obscure that reality. So well,
the comparison between last year's and this year's.
Well, there's that. That's fair. But, you know, I think to hope that G20 communiques are going to express moral clarity and we don't share the same values is going to be an elusive goal. But the G20 was originally founded to focus on areas of shared economic interest, and maybe that's where it can go, is to say, just like the World Bank and the IMF are trying to reorient their missions around global public goods, maybe the G20 can provide direction in that effort. The G7 is, I think, a totally, in other geometric shapes, other groupings, I think they're much better poised for action. And so I think that has big implications.
I guess, I mean, part of the issue here is the way that sort of emerging domestic agendas, particularly Bidenomics, is bleeding into this discussion. So there's the fact that different sides on the Ukraine dispute, or in the response to the Ukraine invasion, are represented in the G20, poses a particular problem to the G20. But there is a broader aspect, which actually I was struck by the German national security strategy that was published this summer. This passage. However, some states are increasingly putting the principles of free economic cooperation at risk and use their economic clout to advance their foreign and security policy agendas. And the risk is this will erode the international rules for open and fair markets and undermine a stable financial system. I mean, who is Germany thinking of in that context? And is the US the biggest threat currently to that approach?
I mean, I would say on the discussion in Germany around the Inflation Reduction Act, and I'm sure that is exactly what you're getting at with your question, so we may as well name the elephant in the room if it's walking about so visibly. We have taken a quite differentiated stance, right? On the one side, of course, we voice this in all of our bilateral discussions, that we think localization of production rules are not in the interest of global free trade. However, on the other side, we also acknowledge that, first of all, it is extremely positive that the United States launches a program of several $100 billion that will help progress the cause of decarbonizing our economy and achieving climate neutrality, and therefore putting their money where their mouth is, right? Just like Europe is doing. And if I compare the economic size of the United States of America and the European Union, and if I compare the amount that the United States of America is spending to progress that aim through direct fiscal support of different industries, it's not like the sheer size of what the US is doing is larger than what the European Union is doing. I mean, this year alone, Germany we just passed a budget where Germany next year will invest 112 billion euros into the decarbonization of our economy through support to citizens, through support to companies, through support to projects, which is pretty similar to what, in principle, the US is doing on the Inflation Reduction Act. So in that sense, given that we have the fiscal power and the fiscal willingness to do similar things in size as the US with the Inflation Reduction Act, and as I said, qualitatively, it's not that different, I think we shouldn't be too nervous about what the US is doing with the Inflation Reduction Act. I think Europe has to wake up, in a sense, to the policy design that the Inflation Reduction Act is making. Instead of the European approach, if you want a green technology supported, you have to make a proposal to the Commission vets it for a long period of time, the Commission asks you reams of folders of questions. Some companies have publicly stated that it takes them 1.5 years to get a decision. Contrary to that, the Inflation Reduction Act is the legal right of any company doing something. As one American CEO told me, it takes 1.5 years to get approval in an international project of common European interest, and 20 engineers and lawyers and accountants to go through the process. It takes 3 lawyers and 3 accountants 2 days to figure out what the cash flow is from an investment and production tax credit from the Inflation Reduction Act. And it's good that the European Union and Ursula von der Leyen in her State of the Union speech again acknowledged this problem, that the European Union in these things is just too slow and too cumbersome. So we're also learning from the Inflation Reduction Act. So that's a very long-winded answer to the elephant in the room question that was implicit
All right, well,
in your quote.
I'm going to get a shorter answer to this, I hope, but I wanted to come back to you briefly. I mean, Germany's kind of sitting in the high ground on some of this, and indeed Chancellor Scholz was talking about being part of an endangered species as a free trader in New York this week. How does that square with the European Union's probe into unfair state subsidies on Chinese electric vehicles?
Well, I mean, I think it's very natural that if we are embracing the key elements of free trade, we all have to play by the rules. We have rules, the United States.
Debt on comparable terms to other official creditors. That's number one. Number two, the IMF greenlights rescue programs that are right now being held up because of the intransigence of China to restructure its debt. It did this for Ukraine in 2015. The IMF should do for Africa what it's done for Ukraine. And three is what Jorg is talking about, what we worked on for the last 2 years, what I used to, which is tell debtor countries, if you walk away from your Chinese claims, which in many cases are, not in all cases, in many cases are extractive and opaque and coercive, we will backfill. We will provide credible financial assurances to backfill that financing at scale and with pace. And look, this is going to require new tools. This is the hard stuff. PGII is part of it. I think we could reimagine our sovereign loan guarantee program. I think we could reimagine the SPR so that it becomes a strategic resilience reserve. I think we should launch a sovereign wealth fund. There are lots of things we could do. But that, and then the World Bank would take a lot more risk, how it lends, where it lends, why it lends. That would move the needle.
Can we get a provisional yes from Germany on the first part here?
Well, I mean, as you know, we are working very closely on all of the issues
the debt
around debt and
walking away a bit beyond.
I mean, I think one of the guiding principles is that the level playing field and the even negotiating on fair terms with the countries of the global south is a good thing. And I think we've managed now in the common framework with several countries already agreements that go in the direction of fairness. I mean, one of the most influential papers that I've read is How China Lends from the Peterson Institute and the Kiel Institute of Economics. And we use the empirical evidence in that paper and others that have come up so far to discuss with the countries, is what China is proposing to you on the surface really what's below the surface? So the increasing awareness to look at contractual obligations more holistically, I think, is a good development.
But Dilip is proposing also looking at the creditor side of this on the G7 side, which is not just about looking at the Chinese.
Yeah, but I think if the trend is that through one of the goals that we have, for example, in World Bank reform, is to be more forward-leaning on the projects that we finance and provide alternatives to other sources of capital, crowd in private capital. Like one of the questions that we constantly debate is, why is so much capital going into the Middle East for renewable energy? And why is so little, on a relative basis, going into the countries of Africa, that from a pure scientific basis have the same type of quality of solar energy and wind energy? And the reason is levelized cost of energy is driven a lot by cost of capital. And I think that is one of the key elements that we are following in terms of where can we help the projects that look to Africa as an example to invest. The other example that I want to give you that shows our policy is a project that we recently financed in Egypt, which is one of the largest industrial projects that this country has ever supported, namely the construction in Egypt of a completely new rail system from north to south, east to west in Egypt. Siemens won the contract, but it only won the contract, or it also won the contract, because we made the decision to use public support for financing, export guarantees, and the whole system that we have to win this deal. And I think too often we've been too shy about...
Is that equity and is that equity, Jorg, or is it debt?
It's mainly debt, financing. But the point is, in many or too many of these cases, whenever China was competing with us, we probably said, oh, not sure if we can win. Here we said, we want to win this deal. We want to help a German company win this deal. They will export a lot. It'll also be good for jobs in Germany. But we also want to make a statement that with these infrastructure investments, when we say partnership for global infrastructure investment, we mean partnership, and we also mean that we want to provide good and fair terms for a project where we also have sustainability rules and all of those things. So this example shows you that we are serious when we say that we want to
support
fill these ideas of global gateway and partnerships with life, and it's to the mutual benefit of our economies.
But I just think, there's so many countries that are drowning in debt, Stephanie. And this new form of financing is great, but can we not agree that above a certain percentage of tax revenue, let's say it's a third of your tax revenue, if China refuses to provide debt relief on comparable terms to other creditors, that you walk away and we will backfill? I think that's a commitment that we should eventually. I'm not putting Jorg on the spot. I mean, there's a lot, but that's what we should work towards.
But is that something that Germany would consider?
Well, as I said,
because it's very nice talking about exciting infrastructure future projects, but this is the legacies of past projects.
Yeah, but as I said, please look at what we've done in Chad, what we're doing in Sri Lanka, what we're doing in Zambia. In all of these cases, we are providing those countries with alternatives. And we're not just saying, okay, let's restructure and then walk away. We're crowding in the private sector. So the answer is yes, we want a constructive and positive outcome to these negotiations. We're not going to say going forward in every negotiations we're going to behave this way or that way or that way, because as the current negotiations with Ghana show, every case is going to be different, right? So in that sense, I'm a little bit reluctant. That's why you're probably saying
fair. I mean, the problem is
you're dodging the bullet, but the fact that every case is different and individual, and also the terms at which the individual countries lend is different in country A, B, or C. I'm a bit averse to saying, like as a rule, we're always going to do the following in every single debt restructuring negotiation in the next 10 years.
The problem is it's supposed to be a common framework.
Yeah, of course.
And
but
Zambia's
you need flexibility.
been waiting.
But you need flexibility within the common framework.
Zambia's been waiting 2.5 years since they defaulted. They don't have an MOU.
I welcome the fact, as my old boss used to talk about committing substance, we've actually committing some substance at the end of this, trying to actually make some progress. Look, we've run out of time, but I did want to have one final question, because it is so topical and it's very relevant to the question of economic statecraft. Dalit, you've talked about needing a doctrine of economic statecraft,
Yes.
and people have lots of discussions about what that means, whether we need it or whether we can just talk about existing rules. Within that doctrine, what's the appropriate thing to happen to the seized Russian sovereign assets?
You break a country, you should pay to remake it. They should transfer the assets, and if that's not legally feasible, then
seems to be.
Then I favor a Brady bond type scheme where you put the assets up as collateral. It's risk-free collateral after all, and you use that collateral to induce the private sector to lend money at scale to Ukraine even as the war proceeds.
Your cookies.
So obviously an enormously complex question in terms of the legal depth and implications. We're working very closely and fully with the European Commission to figure out what we can do. One of the ideas is that we work with the interest gained by the frozen assets, because usually the contractual terms is that they get credited zero. In fact, given that we've seen an increase in interest rates, there's room that we can work with. Freezing, legally speaking, is always easier than seizing. We know that. And how far we can go is really a legal question, and that's something that is far too complicated to go into the exact, because the work is still going on, conclusion, because it is work in progress, I would say. But I'm very confident that the European Commission, which is leading that discussion, and because it has to be a European legislation, of course, because the European Union took the decision to freeze, what we can do now to move economic benefits from the formal owners to Ukraine.
You could get something concrete on that in weeks, or are we talking?
I am not going to make a prediction on whether it's weeks or months, because, as I said, the legal questions are excruciatingly difficult. So, especially because if we establish precedent, we also have to be aware that whatever precedent we establish will have to be adhered to in the future. And since every case is different, that also means, like these impulses that you have, let's seize everything, instead of just freezing, in reality are much, much more complex than it sounds on the surface.
State Secretary, your cookies, Dalit Singh, thank you so much. I think you guys have a brief break, and then.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. That concludes our morning session. For those participating online, we will begin the live stream again starting at 2 p.m. Central European Time and 8 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. For our in-person guests, it's now time for us to move into our breakout sessions. If you can please refer to the venue map that is on the digital program that you can get to on the QR code on the back of your badges, and it's also displayed here. Breakout session 1 on Ukraine reconstruction and positive economic statecraft will be in the auditorium, which is directly behind the screen. Breakout session 2 on the roles and responsibilities of financial institutions in economic statecraft will be in conference room 1 and 2. And breakout session 3 on digital assets will be in conference rooms 3 and 4. Following the breakout sessions, we will be having lunch, and then we please ask that you be back in your seats promptly at 2 p.m. for our next keynote session with Vice Chancellor and Federal Minister Robert Habeck. And that will be followed by a session with private sector leaders, and then a discussion on trade and supply chains. And we will conclude with keynote remarks with U.S. Trade Representative Ambassador Catherine Tai, which will be moderated by Bloomberg's Stephanie Flanders. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Julia Friedlander, CEO of the Atlantic Brücke, to the stage for the next session.
Thank you, everyone. I hope everyone had a delicious lunch and is recharged for a very exciting afternoon. It is my distinct pleasure to welcome Federal Minister of Economics and Climate Action, Robert Habeck, to give us a keynote and then receive a few questions from myself. So please, Mr. Minister.
Yes, thank you very much for having me, Mr. Fleck, Mr. Gabriel, dear Sigmar, Mrs. Friedlander, Mr. Kempe. Well, if I had known that there was lunch, I would have come earlier. So I hadn't actually hearty breakfast, but I hope you had a wonderful day. And having a wonderful day is always a difficult point to start with. You have been here in this room since 9:30 in the morning, and I don't know actually what you have already discussed and where you are in analyzing the situation and the global situation. So it's a little bit like jumping into the cold water, and if you have the feeling that I'm not hitting the point, then give me just some sign, scratch your feet or yawn or whatever, but then I will continue. But I'd like to start with a broad picture, how I see the global situation, the economic situation, and the state of globalization, and then move on to the German-American, European-American relationship and concrete actions that have been taken and other ones that are to be taken. I think it's not surprising to say and to start with that globalization as we knew it in the past, let's say 3 decades, is now at a tipping point. It's under pressure if we consider that the pressure comes from outside, but I think this is not the right phrase. I think it has come to an end because we tend to believe that globalization, open markets, traveling around, the supply chains always reliable, business deals are being made without interest or power interest, that has always been wrong. At least now we see that this is not the case anymore. This is not the case in 2 directions. Of course, globalization has fulfilled its promises in many, many areas and reasons. The amount of people being hungry, having less than $2 every day has dramatically decreased. So global wealth has increased, that's true. But on the other hand, we see that the losses that were a little bit in the shadow of the successes of globalization have now led to a global tendency of mainly right-wing populism. It's an all-time high of right-wing populism since World War II, and a shrinking number of liberal democracies. And this has actually nothing to do with specific situations or governments in different countries. You know, if you come from Germany, there has been a lot of debate about the heating law. I call it the heating law. If this might be the reason that the right-wing populism in Germany has risen in the past half year. Well, there are other governments that haven't cared about the heating system. They don't have an Ampel government. There are Western European countries, Eastern European countries, Northern European countries, Southern European countries, federal democracies, presidency democracies. Well, it's a broad picture, and they all have, from my point of view, the threat of right-wing populism. So I think, to be honest, we have to dig a little bit deeper, and it must be a problem of the system itself, and the system itself has led to a decrease of the value of labor, from my point of view, which is hard to discuss and leads a little bit away from the topic of these days' discussions. But I think if we want to fight right-wing populism, we have to understand the source of it. And the source is not one particular political problem, but a disappointment with a promise that if you try hard, you can make it always on your own. This is not true, actually. We know it by our lives. And this is a promise that points back to if you are not succeeding, that the failure is always your problem. And then, of course, this problem becomes combined with disrespect and, in a way, the tendency to move away from society. And then the right-wing populism is like a Hoover searching for points where it can show that this system, the liberal democracy and also open market democracy and open market economy has problems not solved. And these not solving the problems is overblown then and say, these, you see, they are impossible to solve the problems. So long story short, we have to solve our problems to fight back right-wing populism. But the idea is that globalization, as known in the past, is changing, and a new period, some call it geopolitics, is coming, or we are in the midst of it. This shift in the global policy framework is a difficult situation for open market economies like Germany is, and also America. But on the other hand, we are part of the game. I can't go over the last year with stating that also the terrible aggression of Russia against Ukraine is maybe the most visible point of this global change, that we are now using instruments of the last century once again on European soil. But it's only one example. Others can be taken. I think all major economies are trying to build interest spheres around their economic model. And this is also true for the US. You know it, the Inflation Reduction Act as a phrase for it, an example for it. It goes ahead with local content rules. It goes ahead with the idea of or friend or nearshoring, meaning, of course, speaking from an economic perspective, that not the cheapest place is the best place for production, but we consider other measures that we need also production in our own country. And this is a tremendous threat and change. Europe and also US mainly have all brought their raw materials from external countries into the continent. We don't have that much exploration of energy, at least fossil energy in Europe anymore. We buy it from other countries and we ship it to Europe. We don't have, at least only few experience in exploiting raw materials and critical minerals. It's all coming mainly from China because it's cheaper there. Cheaper for different reasons, but it's cheaper. If we're now saying we want to have it on our own soil, this is not an economic thought. It's a different thought. It's called economic security, and I think we have to behave, we have to act according to the idea of economic security. But this goes ahead with a change also in the safety believed political prefixes that we are always buying from the cheapest places, for example. So if this is not an economic idea in itself, but a security idea in itself, it is more costly. Of course it is more costly. So we have to ask, how do the budget rules fit to this idea of or friend or nearshoring, to this idea of economic sovereignty? And I'm not talking about economic independence. This is a stupid idea. This is not possible. It can't be, and it's not desirable at all. But sovereignty means that at least some competence, some resilience, some parts of productions are within our own hands. This is an election we have learned now on the raw material side, on the energy side, and also looking back to the post-COVID-19 period, also in the COVID-19 period. So I'm following this idea, and in the possibilities, or within the possibilities I have in my ministry, we try to push the economy also in this direction, like investment screening. It's now in a lot of cases, we have stopped Chinese investment in Germany because they go into critical areas, satellites, semiconductors, you name it. But of course, this can be considered from a German perspective also a disadvantage. I talked about the money problems, the budget problems that this idea of economic security creates. On the other hand, it is also a disadvantage compared to the other European partners. You remember the debate about the port of Hamburg, where COSCO tried to invest into a terminal, one of the smaller ones. And they did after we lowered the investment rate they could get. But of course, they were right, or the Hamburg government was also right, pointing to Rotterdam or to Piraeus. So if it is a disadvantage, if you create a more higher security network in your own country, disadvantage, then you won't do it anymore. So I think the right consequence out of this very brief analysis is that we have to move forward on a European level, meaning that investment screening into critical infrastructure or business should be following the same rules in Europe, meaning that outbound investment is necessary, as the Biden administration has done it now, but not so much the European countries. I'm advocating for this idea, but it must be done on a European level, meaning that cooperation in the defense industry is more than necessary. I guess you have discussed it many times in this audience. Actually, we have 27 natural defense industries, and they work together, yes, more or less okay. But more or less okay is not okay enough anymore. So creating an own European defense industry cooperation, at least in this sector, is also one result of this brief analysis I just gave you. So now this all leads to the question, how is Germany in Europe, European connection and in relation to the US? I have to say that the partnership, I would like to call it the friendship actually to the different ministers, and I think we have Catherine Tai later on the evening or the afternoon, is really wonderful. We are friends, and if we have problems, we call each other. So many times where I got text messages, Robert, there's a problem, can we talk? And then we try to solve the problems, and a lot of problems have been solved. I have now a written speech here. I can name it TTC, US Trade and Technology Country, suspension on tariffs in the dispute area between Airbus and Boeing, agreement on principles for a minimum global tax rate, the work on global agreement on steel, the agreement on transatlantic data transfer, and so on and so on. You know, a lot of progress has been made. But from a European perspective, we can't oversee that the biggest defining relationship for the US is not Europe, but China. And I really can remember a telephone conference I had with Secretary Yellen in the beginning of the IIA, where I pointed out that these local content rules for cars is a problem for the European and German automotive industry. And I will never forget the silence on the other side of the telephone. It was like, oh shit, there's a problem. And then she was very, I don't know, direct and said, well, I think we forgot you. They forgot Europe. It was not, IIA is not directed against Germany or Europe. They just thought not about Europe. They just thought about China. And this is telling a story. What is the European industry doing if the US-China conflict becomes more harsh? If they force us to make a decision selling cars or whatever we are selling in China or on the US market? And what, on the other hand, and this is definitely not something I wish, what if not the Biden administration or Democratic-led government is on the other side of the Atlantic, but a Republican one? And what if US and China become, in a way, authoritarian partners? What is Europe then doing? So put it one way or another, I think the consequence is clear. We have to be honest. The old world is gone. A new world is rising. This is a new world where the economic question alone can't be the political leading question. We have to think about reliance. We have to think about security issues. We have to think about also reinventing the European idea of cooperation in many areas. Otherwise, the German partners are too weak. And this is, I think, also in the interest, I hope at least, in the interest of a democratic US government, that you don't have a weak European partner, but a strong European partner that is working with you together, side and side, hand in hand, for a liberal democracy. Thank you very much. Yes.
It's working. Thank you so much, Mr. Minister. You've touched on so many of the issues in just a few minutes that we've been discussing all morning. I'm an American in Germany, so I've got a little foot on one side and a foot on the other, and an alumna of the US government. And one of the main challenges that I have observed over the past years working on these issues is that we're having a little trouble deciding what belongs to competitiveness and what we would call economic security, Wirtschaftssicherheit, and what is national security. So maybe you can help us understand within the German context when you're sitting around the table and you're negotiating over what to do. How is the dialogue different when you're saying we're going to do this because we want to keep Russia from being able to persecute its war, versus we need to do this to make sure we have a security of supply? They're two different objectives, right? But they overlap in the means.
Well, it is complicated. The economic models in Europe are very, very different. Maybe I start with a look back on the energy question. My French colleague Bruno Le Maire was just here the other week, and he, in a way, I would not say he complained, but he pointed out that France has lost its energy-intensive industry in the past, I think he said, 1.5 decades by half. So the industrial production, the energy-intensive industrial production in France was, like it was or is in Germany, 20% of the industrial production, and now it's only 10. We have still the same amount of industrial production like we have decades ago, because we bought cheap energy. France did not so much natural gas at least. Well, this is gone now and can't come back so fast, not from Russia at least. And this is a problem now, an actual problem mainly for Germany, also Czech Republic, but not so much for Spain, for France, for Scandinavian countries. This is a German problem. So we have a very, very concrete German problem in the European family, and the same goes for the Chinese market. We are selling a lot of cars into China. It's becoming a little bit difficult now because they are clever and know how to build electric vehicles, and the electric vehicle market in China is increasing very, very fast. But German cars are sold well in China. France, for example, is not selling its cars, at least not so many, in China. Now, Ursula von der Leyen proposed that we should have a deep dive into the question if China is giving illegal or, I don't know, not WTO according subsidies. The German economic system, the German automotive industry is afraid, rightly so, that if this would be the case and tariffs would be invented on Chinese cars or whatever, we have to fear counteraction. For France, it's not a problem because they're not selling so many cars. So you see, we are always coming from different angles, and it's very, very hard to bring all these different views together. So your question was, in reality, how is the discussion? And I can tell you, it's very, very complicated. And I'm not satisfied if it takes so long and so long. To overcome this, I think we have to create a political idea of Europe, the economic zone of Europe, the idea of transatlantic partnership. Where do we want to move to? And not only start from the actual situation. This is a historical developed situation. We have to look into the future. But this is maybe, I still have this idealism that politics and politicians can solve big problems, and this is a big problem we have to solve.
Well, I tend to agree that Germany is not the sick man of Europe. So your response to the Economist article, I think, is...
On the other hand, you have Germany. Europe can't do without the German economy. We are the strongest economic power in Europe. Mm-hmm. If our economy would be harmed or has a problem, Europe has a problem. So we are all in this together. It's interwoven. But when you're sitting at the table and you are the French, the German, whatever, the Italian Minister for Economic Affairs, of course, you are arguing from the perspective of your own country.
Of course. But I think that we're certainly in the United States, and we were just discussing over dinner last night, there are two charts that are looked at. It's the trajectory of growth in China and the trajectory of growth in Germany as the arbiters of the global economy, right? So this is the focus of Washington. But when we think about the pillars of that growth, and you referenced the IRA, and of course we could discuss it till we're blue in the face, it really makes me wonder about the balance between what you can expect the private sector to do, how much capital you expect them to invest, often without the promise of return, or at least over the medium term, versus what is the role of the state. If you want to make the U.S. for a renewable powerhouse, maybe the government has to go into the hole ahead of time and then initiate the private capital, right? So where is that balance in Germany? Because there have been some major government investments in industry, chips, for example.
Well, for Europe, the IRA is a problem. Not so much that we are in a competitive situation with the US or other markets. This is, I mean, we are proud to be in a market society, so competition is nothing we should be afraid of. But because of two reasons. First, from a market perspective society, subsidies have only one good reason: to create a market that is not there. There's a political decision. We want to have hydrogen, for example. Hydrogen is not available. We have to create the market for hydrogen. And this is the reason why we give subsidies to companies to do green steel or whatever. So this is the good reason for a market-driven economy. The bad one is that we are in a subsidy race. The others are giving also subsidies, and this is now happening mainly because of the IRA. There's a lot of companies want to invest into solar industry in Germany, and I want them to do the investment because of energy security or economic security. At least some parts of the panels we are building on our rooftops should be built in Germany or in Europe. But they're saying directly, well, how much do you give me? And I say, oh, not so much, I don't have any money more. They say, okay, we get more in the US, then we go. So this is the first problem. It's a subsidy race. It is also a problem for the US, or could be a problem for the US, because if the world is doing the subsidy race, you never know who will win. And the second one is that this is leading to the question, are the political rules we have given ourselves the last decades are fitting to the new problems? The US has a very simple system. The IRA, the advantage of the IRA is that it is a tax credit system. And this is not in line with the way we are doing things in Europe and in Germany, because we have very strict budget rules. We have to know in advance how much money we are giving for this or that program. So the companies have to go to us, and we have to go to the European Commission, and then back and forth, and it takes 2.5 years. This is actually too long, but this is the way. But the thing is, we know exactly we have, I don't know, 10 billion euros for hydrogen industry or whatever. It's not becoming 15 or 16 or 20. We know there's a budget, and if it's gone, it's gone. The tax credit system in the US is actually saying it's very fast. You are doing the investment, and later on you're bringing your investment to the tax administration, and then you get the advantage back, but you don't know how much it will cost. All the numbers are just estimations. And this, I mean, the Minister of Finance would get crazy if I would do things like that. If we are saying, well, we have a program, let's say it will last 5 years, and if it's doing well, it will blow away all the budget restrictions. But this is something we want to. And what the US has, if I'm following the news right, their own problems, they have to raise the budget. This is something we can't do. They have to raise the budget, and as far as I can see, they don't have agreed on it once again. So it's not easy for them as well. But you ask about the IRA, and the two problems are subsidy race and different systems in this competition. It's like handball and football. And if one is saying you're grabbing the ball with your hand, this is not allowed, and you're saying, why not? I'm playing handball. Well, then you don't play the same game.
Mm-hmm. And what do you think you could envision an incentive structure in Germany or in Europe could be to generate the kind of private investment that that the IRA hopes for, right? And if it's through capital market or other means, or the European Investment Bank, right, of course, which is now about to choose a new leader. Are there new tools that you think could be developed that would be helpful?
Well, there are also huge advantages in Germany. Now we have a harsh discussion about the Standort Germany, and of course, if I can put it blunt, our economic model relied on cheap Russian gas and the Chinese market. Well, and then you see the problem, the one is gone and the other one is systematic rivalry now. So it's problematic in a way. And by looking into these two broad areas, and I hope nobody gets me wrong, we all know how politicians are and how politics works, but in a way the country, or well, the governments, whatever, have been a little bit lazy in the past times. We haven't done our homework. We are not, the digitalization is not at the forefront. Our permitting processes take too long, way too long. Our DG competition rules are not, they are created from an inside view how Europe should create a level playing field, fine enough. But this is not the real competition situation. Our competition in Europe is with the US or China. So the rules are not fitting to the problems in a way, bringing labor force to Germany, into Europe. I mean, it's not astonishing that we are getting older. And it can't be a surprise that there's a lack in the workforce now. But the rules were not fitting to these problems. So this has to be done now. But the advantages are, we are a stable democracy. We have a very, very attractive social system. We have high competence in the industries. We have very good education for the workers in the industries. We have the European single market. We are the strongest economy. We have a big financial power if we want to use it. So there are huge advantages also for the German Standort. So we don't have to be afraid that we have to lose these challenging situation, but we have to create an attitude that we will win it, that we don't sit there like the rabbit and stare into the problem. Then we are going to be eaten by the other day. You have, well, you know, in Germany, football is a big issue. We lost in Japan 1-4. Japan it's an okay football country, but well, it's not the most. It's not Brazil. Let's say it. And we lost it. And 1 week later, we succeeded in France. France is playing football very well, soccer very, very well. It's the same team. It's the same ball. It's the grass was not going down, so it's the conditions were the same. Why is that so? It's about the attitude. If you go into the game and say, oh, okay, this is very difficult and I haven't slept so well and we have so many problems in our past and I read in the news we have a problem in the team, then you will lose it. And if you go to the place and say, okay, there might be problems, but today we won't leave the place without scoring our goals, then at least you have the chance to score some goals.
In graduate school, I learned that was called animal spirits.
It's a very American way to think
I know,
about it.
I'm sorry. But I'd like to ask you a little bit. We talked. So the first panel this morning was stocked with practitioners of economic statecraft. So they were people who actually sit in the dark room, as I did at one point, and design sanctions and export controls. We also discussed the sort of technicality side of it, but then also the broader perspective on building global coalitions. And so I'd be interested in your perspective, looking at the Russia case, potentially seeing other challenges where we're going to have to use so-called punitive measures of economic statecraft. How big do the coalitions have to be among nations, among size of GDP or a capital market, or choose your metric, so that it doesn't blow back on us, right? Have adverse effects. So in the Russia context, right, I mean, at this point last year, we thought we were going to be in an energy crisis. I remember in my office in Atlantic Brücke, we were saying, okay, well, we're going to shut the lights off, we're going to turn the heat off, we're going to do all this. It didn't happen, right? But there was that, visceral risk.
Yeah, at least let me start with the remark that the search for the right or the biggest coalition is at least a change in the idealism of a globalized world, because there the idea was the coalition is multilateralism. We create structures, WTO, Paris Agreement, UN, and so on, where the different countries, big and small, and East and West and whatever, find a way for cooperation. Coalition means that we don't trust this multilateralism anymore. And of course and this is also a day-to-day problem for my work, we have to find our way in this difficult decision. Germany is an export nation. So in a way, WTO, level playing field, fair rules are for our advantage. So we are working hard that these level playing field, the WTO rules, are still in place or can be repaired or at least gain some success. But on the other hand, I sometimes have the feeling that we are the last ones doing it. Nobody is playing to the rules anymore, and we are the last romantics of WTO in a way. But in my ministry, we have to think about every day, if we are doing now things like the others are doing, could that lead to a counteraction and will in the end harm the German economy because it's export driven. If everyone is creating local content rules, it's not good for the exporting countries. But the point is, building coalitions is moving away from the idea from a perfect never being in place, but the idea of multilateralism. And there we are, actually. So what is happening now is something I would like to call selective multilateralism. We still are working for the institutions. We have to work for the multilateral institutions, but we don't have to be or can't be naive. So we need partners, of course. Then once again, these partners are all on different areas in their coalitions, of course. So let's talk about India, for example. Yeah, a very important coming economy, or not coming still, it is there, but I think it has a lot of potential. The growth numbers, the predicted growth numbers are impressive. Very young population, very fond of digitalization. So it is a very interesting country, but it's part of the BRICS nations. It's also talking with China, well, not so much with China, but with Russia. It has its own interest, and well, the same goes for South Africa or for Brazil and so on. So there are potential partners for cooperation, but not in all areas. And well, this you can go through the number of nations that are coming or strong economies. So big as possible, I would say, and if possible, we could build a coalition that is working for the multilateral systems. That would be the best.
Yeah, I mean, I think some people are saying this is an end of multilateralism. To me, it sort of seems like this is actually the beginning of multilateralism, because the powers are shifting and many countries have leverage over each other. I told your team that I was going to ask you 3 questions, but I'm going to have a bonus question, and then I will let you get back to your very busy schedule. What does outbound investment screening mean for Germany? What does outbound investment screening mean for Germany? Because
yes, well, we have. I mentioned it in my brief introduction or introduction thoughts. We have investment screening system. It's a established and in this way old system, but now we make use of it. I just gave you some ideas that in the past year we said stop to many investments, at least more than one, but we don't scan our outbound investment. So if companies are building a factory in whatever, let's say, for example, China, we are not looking into this business case, what they are doing. And if they are building whatever they're doing there, satellites, software systems, and the knowledge is critical and goes away, that is the same problem, but outbound. But now, as this is not an old established system, but a new question, it's not a new one, but it's not been done before in Europe, we have to avoid the problems that are level playing field problems in the system. So my argumentation would be, yes, we should do it. We can't be naive anymore. This is not the world we're living in, but you should do it on the European level. So we are now doing the sanction system for Russia is agreed on the European level. And this is trade is on a European level. The free trade agreements we're doing are on the European level. So this is not so much, it is not so far away from policy areas we have given to Europe. And I think the discussion will lead to this.
Thank you. And thank you so much for taking your time. I know I can only imagine what kind of a week it must be. Ladies and gentlemen, please, let's give a round of applause to the Minister.
Well, thank you very much.
And ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage the moderator of the next session, Josh Lipsky, Senior Director of the GeoEconomics Center of the Atlantic Council.
Thank you, Minister, for that wonderful conversation. And as we do this stage change, we'll get ready, and in a moment, I'll welcome up my distinguished panel. I want to thank everyone for being part of this conversation so far today. And it really has been, I think, as everyone has seen, what we tried to construct conceptually from this day was an arc, starting with this coercive tools, the coercive measures, and moving across the day into elements of traditional economic thinking, what some call positive economic statecraft, trade issues, development aid, so that by the end of the day, when you think of the sessions and you look at the report I hope you have in your hands that everyone got when they came in, you have a sense that economic statecraft is not negative or positive, but simply the way that governments have to function in this new era. And it made sense to us doing this that we could not have that conversation, and I think if you just listen to that, what we just heard, you have to recognize without hearing from the private sector. And so I welcome up our distinguished panel. Please join me on stage and I'll introduce you. Christian Tüving, CEO of Deutsche Bank, and Michael Schulhorn, CEO, Airbus Defense and Space. Christian, we'll have you right here, close to me. And then Michael and Candace Kelly, Chief Legal Officer of Stellar Development Foundation, and Niels Adag, CEO of Sunfire. So we don't have a lot of time, and we have a wonderful panel, and I want to get right to it. Mr. Tüving, I just have to start with a reaction to what we heard from the minister on the German economy specifically. Before we get into the broader themes of the conference and statecraft, Julia brought up these questions about Germany being, quote unquote, the sick man of Europe. This is something that is talked about a lot in Washington. There's a lot of information about what is happening in the German economy. Your perspective?
Well, I was public already. I think it's wrong to say that Germany at this point in time is the sick man of Europe. A lot of people compare the situation with the starting of the 2000s when we had the Agenda 2010. We had a completely different structure at that point in time. If you just look at numbers of unemployment and so on, we were in a different condition. So I wouldn't call ourselves the sick man of Europe. And by the way, I can see that not only in banking, but for the overall economy. It's also dangerous to do that because 50% of the economy is sentiment. So we have a tendency to talk ourselves down where others would be actually quite happy to still be in such an economy like we are. But I think the minister said something very important. He said, look, we had, or we call it in Deutsche Bank, we enjoyed the golden decade. China, gas, and he forgot one thing. Financing for zero. It was nothing. It cost nothing. So it was like a kid in a candy shop. And if you are too long in a candy shop, something happens with you. So in this regard, I think we have to face the reality that the foundation of, or part of the foundation why we enjoyed that decade is not coming back, at least not for the next 10 years. And that means if we don't go for structural reforms now, we will become the sick man of Europe. And I think it's our joint responsibility and accountability to avoid that situation. Now, what we need to do, I think we are all clear. I mean, here we have people from the real industrial corporate industries. We don't need to talk about energy prices. But it's not only the energy price now, it's in particular how people can plan for the next 5 or 10 years on the energy front. We need to talk about infrastructure. I think the most important, and therefore we talked about the IRA in the interview before, it is not about the subsidies in the US. It is the simpleness of how the subsidy can be asked for. If I go into the boardroom of Deutsche Bank and I ask my supervisory, now Sigmar is not here, for a certain investment, and I can tell him that that investment is turned profitable in 3 years in the US, but only in 5 or 6 years in Europe, well, guess what we decide? It's the simplicity, the speed, what is behind the IRA. So bureaucracy and deregulation is a key item for the overall European economy. And the fifth part is, in my view, that finally we need to move for a real European Union. And again, I'm not only saying that as a banker, but I'm saying that for the whole industry. When you talk to the telecom industry, if you talk to other industries, we don't have a real European Union and one market for service industries. We simply don't have it. Deutsche Bank is in 14 European countries, and I can tell you I have 14 different regulations when it comes to money laundering, when it comes to know your clients. And that means I'm not efficient and I can't really use my home market, which is at the doorstep of Deutsche Bank, as one home market. That's what the US is not understanding. Then there is a last point, and I think, again, the minister said that. And I think it is potentially one of the most important, next to these 4 or 5 items I said before, and that's our attitude. I think I've seen this summer so many international corporate CEOs like never before. And the concern is not about German innovation, German technology, German expertise, skills. The concern is about our attitude to work. How can it be that in a situation where we are not growing, we are seriously talking about a 4-day week in Germany with the same payment? I have done the math for Deutsche Bank. Well, surprisingly, it doesn't work. I'm sure everybody here has done the math for there. It won't work. And if so, it's a miracle. We need to think about that, what we enjoyed over the last 10 years. And therefore, I started with this golden decade. If we don't turn our attitude to work harder again, then actually the foreign investors will actually really start to rethink about their investments into Germany. We are seen as a country with great standards, but there is a bit of laziness in the system. If we don't get it out, then we seriously get a problem. And therefore, I think the term attitude is really important.
A clear message. Thank you. So, Michael, I'm going to come to you in a moment to respond to that and get your take from the industrial side. But one follow-up question broadly on the themes of this conference about sanctions. We heard from practitioners in the beginning this morning, those who had implemented sanctions from the US and the UK and the EU. You, as one of the largest banks in the world, are the implementers, compliers of these sanctions. And I wonder over the past 18 months, lessons learned on compliance and implementation, and also the message you would like to deliver back to those, many of whom are sitting in this room, who design sanctions from the government side.
Well, first of all, let me say that, and not a lot of people will expect that from me, but the sanctions were necessary. I think we, as the Western Alliance, have to defend our values like democracy, liberty, freedom, and therefore we have to play our part as banks in order to help to make sure that this aggressive war comes to an end. And therefore, there is no issue with the sanctions. Now, when it comes to the applications of the sanctions, I mean, there is no blueprint for anybody. We in Deutsche Bank, to be honest, had to implement more than 3,000 individual sanctions. That's quite a lot. It's not which you do from a Sunday night to a Monday morning. You need to train your people. There are some issues which are very complex, which we also don't understand immediately, so there must be consultations. But I think it's all understandable, and I would say the whole banking industry tries to do everything to be absolutely in compliance, and I think we have done a good job, but at the end of the day, regulators will decide. There is one wish I have, that while we have such an allied stance from the Western world to Russia, it would be fantastic to have more standards or sanctions which are potentially even better coordinated between the countries. If you think about the different standards from the UK, US versus EU, that's quite a bit, and therefore, again, it's sometimes very complicated and complex. But again, this is a wish we have for the future, and I don't want to criticize here because, again, we came into a situation in February 2022 where there is no blueprint, and I think we have to be good citizens in order to comply.
Thank you for that, and that really is one of our missions here at the conference, to start developing a blueprint, or at least a framework, to have the conversation, because the coordination is key. Michael, I want to turn to you, your perspective from the industrial side, from Airbus side, on what we just heard on some of the factors in the German economy. But I also wanted to ask you about something Minister Habeck said about outbound investment screening. That struck me as something that would be key to a company like Airbus, a company that builds and operates all over the world, including in China. So your response on both of those fronts.
That's a loaded question. There's many questions in one, but I give it a shot. Maybe I would start, I feel like I want to add one fourth point to what you added to what the minister said. The fourth point I think that was not mentioned was free security, or cheap security based on free riding on the German side. That provided for a lot of the advantages. But back to your question. So the geopolitical situation for Airbus, as for any other company, is very complex, and I guess there's a lot of pros here in the room, so I don't need to belabor much what that is, with the US-China rivalry, with a lot of middle powers around that, with a situation that has affected us first through COVID, then through the war and the sanctions, very much on the commercial aircraft side. Has added to an already difficult supply chain situation. Many of the critical raw materials for aviation come from countries that are sanctioned now, so the whole world was scrambling to find ways around that and find new sources and all of that, so it showed to a degree also a lack of resilience to begin with. We're sort of coping with that, that's all working, and on the defense side, that obviously, as people would assume, has a sort of a positive effect in that feeling of insecurity, not only in Europe, but also in the world. In Asia, many countries around China in Asia feel threatened, are nervous about the aggressive stance of China. That has increased their defense spending, and many times some countries don't want to side with either the US or China, so they use the European vendor, if you will. So that's all helping us. So there's a sort of built-in resilience in the company that helps to navigate these things. When it comes to Europe, it gets far more difficult. Many things Christian has mentioned already. When it comes to dealing with sanctions, obviously we stand 100% behind what was decided. The implementation of the sanctions, and let alone the last sanction package, has triggered such a bureaucracy. I mean, you have to go to a degree of minutia that is killing small companies. So it's not a lack of willingness to support that. It's more the clarity, the simplicity, the bureaucracy that's associated with that. And I don't have a silver bullet and a proposal how to make that very simple, but it's just a fact of life. Touching on your, well, maybe I should also add that as a company that also is active in defense and is sort of at the core of European collaboration and is many times mentioned as the Airbus of such and such, of IT or whatever, the Airbus of defense is very difficult. Conventional wisdom would say after Ukraine, as a wake-up call, one would think or would have thought or would have hoped that Europe gets our act together in terms of upping our game in defense, overcoming the fragmentation that we have, overcoming the lack of efficiency in the system. The opposite is happening. We're falling back into national trends more and more. The Franco-German collaboration is maybe at a low point, at least currently in my assessment. And some of the projects that we also stand for are maybe the last glimpses of hope in terms of, you know, it can be done better. That's not good. That's weakening not only the companies, but I think it's weakening Europe. To your last question, in the many of China and investing and what does that do, and Like many or most, I would say, European companies, we don't advocate for a decoupling. We want to de-risk, definitely. De-risking means looking at supply chain and doing something that I would summarize as China plus one. In the case that we have a Chinese source, we want at least one more somewhere else. Sometimes we also deliberately leave China and provide more resilience through doing that, but mostly it's adding, nearshoring, friendshoring. Aviation is a very global business, so you cannot neglect that China has become the biggest market. So it would be shooting oneself in the foot to just say, okay, we leave that market to others. By the way, the Americans have no intentions of leaving that market. The one thing that we try to pay attention to is if push came to shove and there was a situation, let's say around Taiwan, that could lead to blockage, sanctions, and all kinds of difficulties, and the Chinese business would fall away, we would have to be in a position that this is not killing the company. And to lose maybe a simplistic picture, it would feel like losing a finger, but not losing half of your body or a vital organ. And this is actually very much what we're doing. What we're doing in China sounds quite exposed with final assembly lines in China on the commercial side, but they are just covering the Chinese demand. And of the value chain affected by that, they only cover 8% of what we do of an aircraft. So 92% is in Europe or the US. But the 8% enable us to open and tap into the Chinese market, and that makes us stronger.
Thank you. You answered all of the questions, and I appreciate that. And there were a lot in there.
I was trying.
So just, so I hear you right and understand you're actively assessing the exposure, and there's contingency planning going on for worst case scenarios, which completely makes sense and useful for, I think, for everyone to hear that, especially here in Berlin. One quick follow-up before I go to Candace. We talked a lot about China in that part of your answer, not as much about the US. And I wonder, when you hear terms, we'll hear from Ambassador Tai in just a few minutes, like friendshoring, and no company, few aerospace companies have more global footprint than Airbus. What does that mean to you?
I think it depends very much on the business. When it's the defense business, even without the US invitation, there is a consideration of, call it friendshoring or call it targeted sourcing. With our customers, at least in Europe, they have an expectation of where the main components come from. Now, as we all know, that gets more complex as you move up the tier chain, and at the tier 6 level, then many things do end somewhere in a country that maybe is not intended on the list. When it comes to the commercial business, I think you have to look at the industry. When it's a global industry, and the US is not behaving indifferently in that regard, you need to play it globally. And I come back to what I tried to explain before. We try to do it smartly. We try to, if, excuse the French, the shit hit the fan, we don't die. We move on.
Yeah. Well, thank you for being so blunt. That's the first time that's word's been used in the Transatlantic Forum. Maybe not the last. Candace, I want to turn to you because we've spent a lot of time this morning, understandably, talking about Russia. Cost to Russia, sanctions effectiveness on Russia. We had a breakout session on Ukraine, and I wanted to bring Ukraine to the main stage, which is why you're here. You are actively operating in Ukraine as a company trying to build payment systems, and I think it's useful to hear about that and hear about some of the challenges you're going through in that process.
Sure, and I'm going to start by just a little background on who we are, because I don't think the Stellar Development Foundation is quite the household name as some of the other esteemed panelists here. So we are a foundation based in the United States. We're a nonprofit organization, and our mission is to create equitable access to the global financial system. We do that by supporting the Stellar ecosystem, which is the ecosystem of builders and developers who are building on the Stellar network, which is an open public blockchain network. And we do that, we have 3 pillars of what our work is. So we give grants and technical support, we contribute to the open source code base of the network, and we engage in policy and thought leadership conversations like the one today. So with respect to Ukraine, and I want to make it very clear, given how I just described, we are not a service provider. We are not building. This story that I'm about to tell you is about Ukrainians building solutions for themselves with a little bit of advice from some folks who know the technology. So we are technology advisors in this story. And I think that's really important, particularly as you point out. We're in the arc of the day, right? And this is a story about the resilience and really fascinating determination of the Ukrainian people. So we met with President Zelensky pre-war in Silicon Valley when he came to visit and learned about his very incredible leadership and forward thinking on digitalization, and his Ministry of Digital Transformation folks were there as well. And we learned about DIA, which is their app for government services, their IDs, their passports, their business registrations, moving towards a paperless world. And so the next obvious step is moving towards a cashless world and tokenizing the hryvnia and being able to use the power of the blockchain, the transparency and openness of the blockchain. And that also was very much aligned with President Zelensky's attack on corruption in Ukraine. So between that conversation, after that conversation, we really began a very close relationship with the Ministry of Digital Transformation, with some of the banks, the National Bank of Ukraine, and there was a pilot that Tascom Bank did last year, which led to what's happening right now, which is it's not our product, it's not our launch, so I think imminently, I won't give any timeline, but a fast payments network for Ukraine that is built on the Stellar network. And so it's very exciting, and I think it's something that's very exciting for the people of Ukraine in terms of a fast and efficient network. But as we are also working with the UN on aid, already delivering aid using the Stellar network to internally displaced Ukrainians, the reconstruction is going to be immense, and the amount of money that's going to be deployed is going to be significant. So whether you're in humanitarian aid or reconstruction, or in a country that is, has been really pulling away from this reputation and history with corruption issues, having a transparent, accountable network that's fast and is critical to making that happen. And so we're really excited to see whenever it actually grows out. But it's called the Transparency Network. I should have mentioned that. And it again is it's the Independent Association of the Banks of Ukraine and another technology provider, both Ukrainians. And so we are really honored to be a part of contributing to that process.
Thank you. Thank you for that, an important clarification on the helping advise versus building. So thank you. Niels, I want to turn to you. We've talked about sanctions. We've talked about export controls. We've talked about investment screening. But the big one out there is really industrial policy that has grown in the US, that has grown in Europe, that has become part of whatever form of positive or negative, but part of the broader idea of economic statecraft and geoeconomics in the few years. And you're at the center of this in your company, what you do with hydrogen, green transition. And I wonder your perspective dealing with this competition, private sector versus government funding, government support of this kind of transition.
Yeah. So maybe also just 10 seconds on what we do. Sunfire is a manufacturer of industrial electrolyzers, so big industrial devices that split water into hydrogen and oxygen using renewable electricity. We're one of the leading companies in the Western world, and we serve some of the biggest refineries, steel plants, energy companies in Germany, for example, RWE, Uniper, and a couple of other big companies. A second quick point I wanted to make to what has been said before is that there is a bit of a deindustrialization blues, and I think this hydrogen story is a story of optimism. So within Sunfire, we always say for once, it's less about German angst, and it's more about German optimism coming from Eastern Germany, which I think is a great story, and we also need those real stories to be scaled up in order not to get into this pessimistic down cycle thing that I sometimes feel is taking place a bit. So we hope that we can contribute with our story to something which fits enormously well with the competencies that we have within Germany and Europe, which is mechanical engineering, plant engineering, and also the networks of companies, of suppliers that work with big OEMs and so on. So I think it's really a fantastic future topic with a lot of optimism attached to it. Now, when I look at the tender processes I'm engaged in, so at the big projects that I'm engaged in, I compete typically with 2-3 European companies and always with at least one US and at least one Chinese companies, and it's actually getting more Chinese companies. If I look at my product and what I can do today or how I can differentiate, then that's efficiency, it's costs, and there is a couple of levers how I can influence those, but they are the same for my US and also my Chinese competition. And despite those levers being relatively similar, I see that there seems to be a certain advantage for especially the Chinese competition. And that has a lot to do with 2 points. One is scale. So whoever scales up the fastest goes down the cost reduction curve the quickest and will take over the market. That's a fact. So the longer we take to implement industrial policy, regulation, things that enable my customers to have a business case, the longer it takes me to get to the volumes that I need in order to bring my costs down. And since that's really the absolute key factor in this equation, I think that's a point where we should be substantially faster, and I think Robert Habeck said that in his speech as well. It's about speed, or someone said it. It's about speed, and we've had a head start in the regulatory space. We haven't made the best out of it. That's my first point. The second one is it's clear that with renewable energies or renewable energy technologies, in the beginning they are more expensive than their fossil alternatives. So upscaling doesn't function without some kind of initial support. It's also clear that it can't last forever, and we have to bring the costs down and become competitive with traditional technologies. But in the beginning, we need this kind of support mechanisms, the support schemes in order to get the first projects going. And final word on that, when I see what I see in Europe is we're spending an incredible amount of money now to enable those business cases and to reduce CO2 emissions. So we're doing something good for the planet. But when I see that the first big billion-euro subsidized projects are going into the hands of non-European companies or suppliers in the second or third level, I think that's something which would be difficult to argue to the population in Germany and also in Europe. So I think we need industrial policy just to get this whole thing up and to get the volumes and be competitive against what happens in China and also in the US. And we need to do it smart, so that it's not just about CO2 emission reductions, but actually also about the jobs, the people, the story that I started with, the European or German optimism story that we have in front of us in the hydrogen space.
Thank you for that. I think that's such an important point. We think so much about the inputs on industrial policy, subsidies, what kind of businesses will be encouraged, and not nearly enough about then who will be hired, subcontracted, et cetera. So we're missing a huge part of this if we're going to pursue those policies, which is a separate conversation. But if we're going to do them, you have to think through them in a much smarter way. So I appreciate that. We're running low on time, and I want to get to one or two audience questions. But before I do that, a question for all of you, which is really why we did this session today. You know, Fred Kemp, the president and CEO of the Atlantic Council, said in the beginning that for a long time, for decades, the security and the economic pillars of the US and European relationship largely could operate on separate tracks. You have a security relationship and bilateral trade and financial relationship between the US and Europe. That's changed. And so my question to each of you, and I'll go down the line, is how much do you and your companies think about geopolitics every day? And Christian, I'll start with you.
Well, a lot, obviously, and I remember when we, last year in March 2022, when we came out with the so-called Capital Markets Day or Investor Day, actually we started from the geopolitical side, and we said, how is the world changing? And that geopolitical analysis is then clearly having an impact on our business setup, on our risk decisions, on our capital allocation, but also at the end of the day, always thinking, what does it mean for our clients on the corporate side, on the private side? I do believe that this, what we are experiencing right now, again, as I said before, is not something for the next 2 or 3 years. It's a new decade. It's a new era. And that also means that our advisory to our clients, be it on the private or corporate side, is changing dramatically. The number of discussions we have with corporates realigning their sourcing, realigning their networks, is triple, is quadruple of that what we have seen before. So we need to take that into account.
Thank you. Michael?
Well, short answer would be, I don't know, 99% every day, but to give it a bit more color, as I said, aviation is a global industry, and Airbus is a very political company, so we've always spent quite a bit of time discussing and analyzing geopolitics. I would say, maybe in my other function as the representative of BDLI, of the German Aviation Association, or Industry Association, I think we used to believe in the other way, economy drives geopolitics, Wandel durch Handel, maybe in a very simplified way, and I know I'm simplifying too much, but I think that logic has reversed. I think geopolitics drives the economy these days, and everybody needs to think about it very much.
Candace?
So digital assets are obviously very much intermingled with the geopolitical landscape, whether you're talking about existing assets, the fear of assets, the promise of digital assets. It is here, and it is part of the geopolitical landscape as the digital assets are. And so whether we are addressing issues with policy and lawmakers of how digital assets may or may not help evade sanctions, or how you can actually comply with AML CFT obligations with the proper use of digital assets, or we're talking about private stablecoins and whether or not a digital dollar is something that is a helpful soft power tool for supporting the US dollar globally. It's something that, while it doesn't actually change the way the foundation does our work, because any one of those assets could be issued on the network, and the foundation's role is not to pick winners and losers, but it does inform the conversations that we have and how we can engage with policymakers, lawmakers, to make sure that we are helping do our part as industry to help understand the technology so we can get to a place where we have smart regulation to make sure that all of the risks that people fear are minimized and that we can get the benefit of the technology.
Thank you, and thanks for bringing up the phrase digital dollar, which was brought up in one of our breakout sessions, and is a geopolitical as much as a financial issue. Niels.
Very simple and short. I founded my company with two friends in the living room of an apartment in Berlin, so the walls were relatively narrow, and considering or thinking back of those times, it actually plays a pretty significant role today. And it's mostly driven actually by the big parties that are looking to us to purchase equipment, who look at our supply chains, the way we interact with people in the world. So short answer, it does play a significantly larger role than it probably would have played 5 years ago.
Thank you. I want to turn to a few audience questions. We'll take 2 or 3. Are there hands up? I see one back here. We'll run you a microphone.
Thank you. My name is Ulrich Sante. I'm a former member of the German Foreign Service and now the Vice Chairman of the Landesbank Baden-Württemberg. The question that I have is the following. We're talking these days a lot about the financial needs that we have in order to implement the transition policies that we generated ourselves. And I'm talking obviously about energy, I'm talking about mobility, and I'm talking on the other hand about the digitalization and the stretch that is enlarging between us and others with regard to our ability to be at the vanguardia, as the Spanish say, in the front line of digitalization in the future. What we're not talking about that much are the financial needs of our Mittelstand. 95% of our companies in Germany are Mittelstands companies, and they have to implement on a number of policies that the war of Russia against Ukraine, for example, initiated, and that is de-risking and diversifying. Now, a lot of money is necessary for that. There is another huge amount of money that is necessary, and that is to enable these companies to compete when tenders are given out by mainly countries these days of the global south and huge infrastructure projects. And the question is, are German companies well equipped? Are they well situated in the international market these days in order to enable our Mittelstand and other companies to participate in that gigantic race? My question obviously is directed more or less directly to Christian Sewing, who may be dealing with these questions these days. My question specifically is our financial environment sufficiently coherent? Are we strong enough? Do we have enough firepower? What do we do? What do we need to do beyond strengthening our capital market and our European capital market in particular, in order to enable us to be a player in that big game that is just beginning with regard to the systemic, how should I say, relationship between China and the United States?
I think Christian knew that question was directed to him, so over to you.
Well, first of all, regards to Rainer Neske. Look, you gave your answer yourself, actually, because it was not only a question, but we will not be able to do all the investments without the capital markets union in Europe. And to put it even more bluntly, the Green Deal in Europe will not happen without an integrated capital markets. Will not happen. Impossible. And why? The EU itself is saying that we need 600 billion of net investments per year until 2050 to come to net zero. Think about the number, 600 billion net investments per year. For the right reasons, we discussed for long the special budget of 100 billion for defense, and Michael will tell us now it's not enough at all. So can you imagine how this is financed? We have solid, we have robust banks. I think the European banks all did their homework. I'm not worried about that at all, but we don't have the financial capacity to finance that. Be it for the large corporates, be it for what you say, the mid-cap corporates. 86% of lending in Germany is coming from the banks, 14% only via the capital markets. It's exactly the other way around in the US. So if we don't achieve the capital markets union, you have an absolutely fair point, and therefore I'm repeating this message every day, every week, and I will not stop, also for those people who like me to stop. Without this capital markets union, Europe will not grow and the prosperity of Europe will decrease.
So I'm going to actually have that be the last word, since we're out of time and we want to get to our next session. Please join me in thanking our fantastic panel here. Senior Fellow at the Atlantic Council to moderate our next section on trade and industrial policies and supply chains, Sarah. And we'll follow that with a keynote from Ambassador Kathy Tai, followed by a reception. Sarah, over to you. You have till 4 or 5. Yeah.
Okay. All right. All right. Well, thank you, everyone, as we get set up. I know we're a little bit pressed for time. I just want to first start by thanking Josh, Julia, Kim, and their very hardworking staff for a really excellent day of discussion. So thank you so much for that. A key takeaway from today is how the GeoEconomic toolkit available to governments across the Atlantic has rapidly expanded, for good or evil, over the last several years. And collectively, we need to determine how and when to use such tools responsibly. Nowhere are the trade-offs associated with the reality that fragmentation in the name of security involves trade-offs. Nowhere are these trade-offs more apparent than in industrial policy and supply chain resilience. We've talked around this issue throughout the panels today, normally by people mentioning the IRA, but we're going to face this head on in this last session before Ambassador Tai. It's not surprising that this particular area is of a special concern given the inherent distributive consequences of restructuring supply chains. And the fact that when we talk about trade policy, normally trade policy is the outcome of multiple policy objectives that are often explicitly in tension with one another. So this last panel is going to try to address these contradictions head on and think about how all of the different types of policies that we've discussed over the course of today integrate, or the extent to which they cohere. So we have a fantastic slate of panelists to help us through this. I'd like to welcome to the stage now Beth Baltzan, who is a senior advisor to the U.S. Trade Representative, Anahita Tomes, who heads Baker McKenzie's international trade practice in Germany, and joining us remotely, Denis Redonnet, who is the Deputy Director General and Chief Trade Enforcement Officer in the Directorate General for Trade in the European Commission. So hopefully you're up on, okay, thank you, Denny. So let's just get into it right away. So Deputy Director General, let's begin with you. You are the EU's first Chief Trade Enforcement Officer. Can you tell us more about what your position tells us about the EU's evolving approach to issues of geoeconomics, economic security, and trade policy? How do those go together?
Okay, so look, thank you very much. Very happy to be participating in the forum and this panel. Thank you for having me. I think the concerns and the focus we're putting on geoeconomics and economic security are growing. We are doing this now on the EU side much more affirmatively, and as you perhaps know, and I'm sure we'll come to this in the discussion, the European Commission has actually adopted in June a sort of policy statement, a sort of policy white paper to frame that approach to economic security and in a sense, our sense of how we position in geoeconomics. But I think that there are different dimensions to this. The first actually precedes the whole question of how we deal with the articulation between geopolitics and international economic relations. That is a big area of policy development. But even before we get to that, we have wanted for several years now to put much more focus on, I would say, more classical elements of our trade, investment, and international economic policies in the sense of ensuring more effective implementation, where necessary, enforcement of our trade agreements, of our trade arrangements, in order to ensure that first and foremost our economic policy tools, such as the EU trade policy, actually delivers benefits that they are supposed to deliver. It's a question of legitimacy, it's a question of acceptability of an open market strategy based on rules. We have to make sure that when we negotiate trade agreements, we make good on that and our partners make good on them. So that's level one, if you want. Level two is indeed the fact that we have to understand and accept that there is a change in paradigm that's taking place, that alongside drivers relating to efficiency, we have to take into account questions relating to risk and resilience of our economic interactions with the rest of the world. We have to take into account the fact that there is a sort of hard re-entry of hard geopolitics in our international and economic relations. In Europe, obviously, we have seen that, not least through the effects and the consequences of Russia's war of aggression on Ukraine, and accept that generally speaking, there is an excess of issues around trade, technology, and essential security, which require us to basically develop at a level our policy toolkit, which we are doing through our economic security strategy. So that is a bit, if you want, the sort of two-legged approach that we have to these questions, and some of the things that myself and many colleagues in the Trade Department of the European Commission are putting their efforts on right now.
Okay, so Denny focuses on the importance of implementing trade agreements to deliver benefits of open markets. Beth, I'd like to ask you to step in here in a slightly different way, because the Office of the USTR traditionally negotiates US trade agreements, but we all know that the Biden administration, as the Trump administration before it, is not particularly interested in new trade deals at the moment. So how does your office see its role in the kind of development, as what Denny said, is this paradigm shift to a basically governments expecting trade to do more or do different things in society?
Thanks so much, and thanks for having me here. This is actually the 60th anniversary of the agency that would become USTR. USTR was created by Congress because Congress was frustrated that some of our domestic priorities were being sacrificed for foreign policy interests, and they wanted us to be able to focus on the well-being of workers and American businesses and have better balance. And so USTR is an interagency coordinator, Treasury, State, Labor, Agriculture, Commerce. Just to pick up on a couple of points. First, I think we actually are negotiating trade deals. So we have the Indo-Pacific Economic Framework. We have an undertaking in the Americas, a negotiation with Kenya, and also a negotiation with Taiwan. And I think Ambassador Tai at MC12 was part of a range of agreements at the WTO. I think, to be honest, the Trump administration did negotiate the more traditional free trade agreements, which is, I think, what people mean by trade agreements, which is, why aren't we doing tariff liberalization? So I think that's actually the question. And just to pick up on something Denis was saying, we're focused, it's a paradigm shift, and we're focused on risk and resilience. If you're going to have trade agreements that promote risk and resilience, you've got to look at the details of those agreements and make sure they're serving those interests. The way we did trade agreements prior to the change in paradigm, prior to the pandemic, prior to the Russian invasion of Ukraine, was based on an efficiency approach, where you just sort of wanted to maximize the amount of goods that could circulate duty-free. And in particular, the industrial rules in those trade agreements tended to allow a lot of content from non-parties to those agreements. If what we want to do is promote diversification, do a better job of promoting resilient supply chains, then we need to make sure those rules are fit for purpose. And the rules are like this thick. It's not for the faint of heart. So there's actually just work to do if what we want to do is deliver on the promise of having more diverse, more resilient supply chains.
So to just briefly follow up on that point, so in traditional trade agreements, we might measure effectiveness by how it changes how the trade agreement changes the effective tariff rate. But what you're talking about is something that's much more complex. So how do you determine, whether a agreement that you're negotiating is really going to help to create more resilience in supply chains? And I'll want you to answer that and then pass it over to Anahita to talk a little bit more about how firms and her clients are thinking about these issues.
Sure. I think what we see is, we saw with the pandemic and the Russian invasion of Ukraine that we had very, very concentrated supply chains. So I think people are saying we need to diversify away from that. How do we get more diversification? And I think people reach for, we should do trade agreements with friendly partners. And that's going to give us diversification. That's why it's so important to understand how the rules actually work. Because if the rules aren't actually promoting integration among those parties, you haven't diversified. And that's why the supply chain rules in these agreements are so critical. So just to emphasize, when we were having a lot of debates around trade in 2015, there were a lot of people who said, tariffs are passé, we don't need to worry about that, average tariff rates are very low, it's all the behind the border stuff. So it's a little bit of whiplash for me to be in this position now and to hear, it's all about the tariffs. What you're doing doesn't count. All this behind the border stuff doesn't count if you're not doing tariffs. And I think we've got to sort of have a better, more rational conversation about what the purpose of trade agreements is and how we want to make sure they serve the purpose we want them to serve.
Anahita, how about you jump in with the kind of compliance and private sector view here?
Sure. So when we look at our clients, what we see are challenges, and we can distinguish between 3 pillars. First is the factual, right? The diversification we talked about, the de-risking, the digitalization that is needed to get more resilient supply chain. The second pillar is the legal framework, the landscape. And the third I would add is, which is of course intertwined, is the reputational angle to it. So anything that goes beyond the law that many of the companies want to comply with, although they don't have to. So we have talked a lot about the first pillar. Let me talk a little bit about the second pillar. There are multiple things that are important from a company's perspective, especially Germany is an export nation, and we are really dependent on being certain when we invest somewhere, when we have these super complex supply chains with 10,000s of sub-suppliers, that we can rely on certain investments that we are making. So one thing is certainty, certainty that the rules are applied, but also that we don't wake up every day to a new set of rules and have to comply with more complex rules overnight. And the third thing that I would add from a regulatory perspective is the layers over layers of complexity, but the lack of interaction with the companies. So I've seen a lot of roundtables when I lived in New York where the government talked to representatives of companies. I hope that we do that more in Germany as well. So there are things that we can learn from the US where new economic sanctions come in, sit down with the representatives of the companies and talk to them. The guidance, when we look at the German Supply Chain Act, for example, the guidance should not come months in after the law has been passed. It has to go hand in hand, because it's not that the companies argue the fact that we have responsibilities as companies and representatives of companies, but the way things are done, the unclarity of the law, and that the guidance sometimes takes months and months to come. And then the last thing that I would add to that is, if we pass a law in Germany, how much impact does it have? And we see that with the German Supply Chain Act, where the companies have really tried a lot to comply with it. And now the discussion is around the EU law, the CSDDD. And suddenly in Germany, we're discussing whether we should stop and wait until the EU law is enacted. I think it should be the other way around. We have to push forward the EU legislation. We have to push forward for more human rights resilience in the supply chain, but at the same time, we have to be very careful of not overwhelming our companies.
So let's stick with this about the legal framework and how this creates uncertainty. So one of the things that's, I think, a particular challenge right now is that as there's a push within governments to find ways to restructure supply chains either through regulation or through incentives, that we're doing this in an incredibly complex geopolitical environment. We have had a series of major shocks to the system, and we also have a lot of uncertainty about where all of this is going to land. So from the perspective of your clients, how much is this uncertainty making it hard to actually restructure those supply chains? And what do your clients need in order to make those long-term investments into the future?
I think what we have heard in the previous panel is indeed that clients do not really question whether we need a law and whether sometimes the laws have to be passed very quickly, but it's more the clarity around what do you actually want and then the guidance that has to come along with the law. So the constant, I tell you, this is what I meant, instead of, you know, this is the law, you have to comply with it. So that's one element. I think the second element is, you know, if a law is enacted, try to find as many to make the law impactful so that the clients really understand why they have to comply with so many laws, what impact does it really have. And I think to just give very concrete examples, now we're talking about the outbound screening, right? The minister talked about it. If we look at it, and he repeated the sentence, we should not be naive. I mean, we're saying that for many, many years. We should never be naive. But for many, many years, 2018, to give you clear numbers, 2018 in Germany, we only had 78 investment screening reviews. I'm not talking about prohibitions or restrictions, just 78. 2022, we had 306. Only 2% of them were restricted. Doesn't mean that they were all prohibited, but some of them were prohibited. Most of them were just subject to certain conditions. Which means if you talk a lot about restrictions, you of course have an effect on investors. Investors start questioning whether they should be investing in Germany if there are so many layers of bureaucratic nightmare, and then maybe the transaction doesn't go through. So we have to remain investor-friendly without being naive, which means the laws are the laws, they have to be complied with. At the same time, we need to really lessen the bureaucratic nightmare that we have in Germany.
So, Denny, I want to turn back to you. First, to think a little bit about, at the Commission level, how you're thinking about policy coherence and how to communicate more clearly, as Anahita has mentioned, firms need with these investors and industry so that they can make these long-term decisions. So could you talk a little bit, you mentioned in your opening remarks a little bit about the recent Commission's economic security strategy. So can you help us understand that strategy really focused quite a bit on the role of the importance of this supply chain resilience through an economic security lens. So what tools does that open up to the Commission versus member states, and how do you see your role in trying to make this process, make these tools cohere in order to encourage these long-term investments that we need the firms to make?
Mm-hmm. Look, I think that the economic security strategy is essentially about giving ourselves a tool to adequately, proportionally de-risk where there is a need to de-risk. It starts, by the way, from making the proper diagnostic about our vulnerabilities. Some of these supply chain dependencies and vulnerabilities, notably on the industrial supply chain side. Now, on this is not work that has started yesterday. For several years now, governments, European governments, national governments, and the European Commission are engaged into trying to identify properly what are the real zones of vulnerability in the sense of dependencies that potentially can be, in a more geopolitical world, weaponized. We know that this is not a huge part of the European economy or of our trade and investment relationships. 3 years ago, 2 years ago now, in the context of the review of the EU's industrial strategy, we did produce a first cut assessment of those supply chain vulnerabilities for important industrial ecosystems. What does that show? What it shows, if you look at our trade dependency, that there is a very limited number of products where we have a situation of very high concentration, dependency on imports or exports in these sensitive ecosystems, and where this creates a vulnerability because there is a very low potential for diversification. Diversification remains, of course, the main de-risking tools that we have, and trade policy, therefore, plays a tool there. But where we have limited potential for diversification or limited possibility for substitution with domestic production. But if you take that zone or that universe, which is really the zone where you have potentially vulnerabilities coming from interdependencies or dependencies of an economic nature, we're talking here about something which is less than or about 0.5% of our total extra EU imports. So it's a limited subset of our international economic relations that we're talking about. There, of course, on that zone, there's a question about what to do and how you de-risk that part of your vulnerabilities, or how do you increase the resilience of the supply chains in that zone. The first thing is that a lot of this is going to have to be, in any case, market-based and market-driven, because there is inevitably going to be a repricing and reassessment of risk by private economic operators in a market economy. And that, I think, is already happening to a large extent. Second, where need be, public authorities do step in. And at the EU, it's a combination of our central level and national authorities given the allocation of competence, where we try to go further in identifying risk and developing risk mitigation strategies. That is what the economic security strategy of the Commission proposes to do in the coming months. And right now, the European Commission is engaged in a set of risk assessment and risk mitigation exercise for industrial supply chains, for emerging tech, for critical infrastructure, and develop, where necessary, the toolbox. We have an existing toolbox on the trade and investment side. We have level playing field instruments of a traditional nature. We have level playing field instruments of a somewhat more novel nature. I'm thinking, for example, about the European Union level statute that has come on the books, which would enable us to deal with the distortive effect of foreign subsidies in the internal market. So foreign subsidies that come through foreign direct investment, for example. And we have a system of trade and investment control tools, export controls, controls on investment where necessary for public order and security, which we are upgrading from a European perspective. We started with inward investment control, where we now have in force for several years a coordination mechanism to deal with these issues when they concern the single market as a whole, where they concern more than one national member states. And we are going to be looking in the next few months at the question of how to deal with the European dimension of tools such as export controls and perhaps outbound investment screening, indeed, from the point of view of one issue, which is a real issue for our economic security and our essential security interests, which is the risk of leakage of, in particular, emerging digital technologies that are ubiquitous in nature, because these are technologies that can actually be channeled to the military side through civil-military fusion strategies in a number of destinations of concern. So these are things where you see that the trade, tech, and security nexus is coming to the forefront, and that will be part of the mix of policy developments that is going to be looked at in the next few months.
So just to follow up on that, recently it was announced that the EU has started an anti-subsidy investigation into Chinese electric vehicles, and I'm just curious, as the EU builds out these different tools, because you have developed a very robust toolkit here in a short period of time, how do you see the coherence behind this kind of anti-foreign subsidies or subsidy investigation for foreign entities when indeed the EU itself and member states are starting to engage in trying to build out their own industrial policy around the exact same technologies and items.
Well, look, you referred to the decision to initiate an anti-subsidy investigation on the imports of electric vehicles from China. This is basically us having recourse to well-established level playing field tools, trade contingency measures, when we are faced with injurious subsidization. We have a situation, unfortunately, where the global trade rulebook probably disciplines industrial subsidization to the extent that that has bigger than ever effects or spillover effects in international trade. That system of disciplining is probably not as developed as we want it to be. But there are a number of remedy measures and remedy tools that are available when the conditions for that are met, and we use our tool in an extremely disciplined and rules-based manner. We will use some of these tools. That is what we are doing with the initiation of an investigation here, as we are using, I would say, our traditional level playing field tools in other sectors as well. But I think I'd like to point out maybe several things. One is that as we develop this toolbox, which relates to beefing up our economic security, we do it on the basis of a number of principles. Number one, we have these tools are firmly anchored in our international commitments. Number two, we want to have a doctrine of use, which is a doctrine of use based on necessity and proportionality. Number three, we want to partner. The economic security strategy that the Commission has put forward is based on three pillars: promote, protect, and partner. And the third P, partner, is not an afterthought. We will not do this in isolation from the rest of the world, in isolation from our trading partners, and we need to develop mechanisms to do so. This is why we believe, by the way, that an active trade policy, such as the one that we are taking forward in the EU with an agenda of negotiation of trade agreements, as well as the development of new forms of engagement beyond traditional trade agreements. By the way, and I echo here what Beth was saying, there are other ways to interact and deploy our international economic relations beyond traditional FTAs. With the United States, for example, we have an instrument called the Trade Technology Council, which is to be put to use, which is not a traditional trade agreement, but which can serve the purpose of greater regulatory convergence between two big blocks. We need to put all this to use in order for us to have an economic security strategy, which is not closed, inward-looking, but which is precisely trying to maximize the benefits of continuing to partner with countries across the globe. So these are a bit the principles, if you want, or the elements that will guide us going forward in the rollout and implementation of this shift towards the introduction of an element of security in the logic that underpins the way we organize our international economic relations.
Thank you. So, Beth, I want to give you a little bit of time here on the stage too, because the EU's way of dealing with these issues is oftentimes to talk about this through an economic security frame for reasons that have to do with competence. Economic security means something a bit different in the US context. So maybe you could talk a little bit about how USTR is thinking about these issues and a worker-centered trade policy, particularly, given that I think many who are maybe a little bit further afield from the US would say that this is just a form of protectionism.
Yeah, happy to address that. So we are pursuing a worker-centered trade policy, and we are clear that part of that is making sure we're providing economic security for working people. That is something that was in Ambassador Tai's Labor Day statement. I think sometimes we forget, we've gotten used to thinking of labor as a side issue when it comes to trade, but labor is a factor of production, just as capital is a factor of production. The original vision for Bretton Woods had enforceable labor rules in it because they understood the risk of the race to the bottom in a liberalizing, interdependent economy, we've really got to be mindful that if you don't take care of your workers, that you're putting your democracy at risk. And yesterday, President Biden had an agreement with President Lula about workers' rights all over the world. So it's not about U.S. workers versus other workers. It's really about making sure that we orient our economy towards everyday people, including working people.
So can you tell us then how that will guide USTR kind of moving forward, and how we might think about how USTR thinks about industrial policy in the US, and then how that relates to supply chain resilience outside the US? As Minister Habeck mentioned earlier, dealing with supply chain resilience only internally is, I think he used the word crazy. Right? So can you kind of create some coherence for us here?
Yeah, in the report is a reference to the erosion of the core belief in the wisdom of market fundamentalism, which is a really powerful phrase and captures, I think, a little bit of what Denis, perhaps if I could suggest, that's a little bit of what we mean by when we say there's a paradigm shift. I think it's really important to understand that the version of globalization we had for the 40 years was oriented a little bit along the free market ideology, where you didn't have guardrails. You didn't have protections for labor. As I say, that was part of the original vision for Bretton Woods. You didn't have anti-monopoly rules. Anti-monopoly rules, that was part of the original vision for Bretton Woods for the trade rules. So you had a system that was very laissez-faire in orientation. If we understand the unique role of the US economy in that construct, that US tariffs were lower than the tariffs of other major economies, that also goes back to 1948, that the US has had an open economy, and when people talk about export-led growth, we should understand that a lot of those exports were destined for the United States. So the United States experienced deindustrialization in a very, very acute way under this laissez-faire construct. If we are trying to move away from a laissez-faire construct towards something that is closer to the original vision of Bretton Woods for the United States, we should remember that the people negotiating thought for us were New Dealers. If that's what we want to do, then industrial policy is in part corrective for the 40 years of atrophy based on that particular version of globalization.
So we have just over 10 minutes, and I want to have an opportunity for people to ask questions. But where I wanted to take this panel is to spend a little bit of time talking about global governance over these issues. I mean, it's quite striking that we've spent 30 minutes talking about trade policy, industrial policy, and I don't think that we've mentioned the WTO once. Right? So I'll start by just down the line. I'd like to hear from each of you, maybe starting with Beth and ending with Denis, on kind of how you see, what's a path forward towards some kind of multilateral or plurilateral pathway forward to ensure that we don't get just subsidy races, and those that can afford high levels of subsidization get all of the investment in these kind of core labor, job-producing investments.
I'll start. So I will be, to be fair, I did mention the WTO. I mentioned some of the agreements that we were able to achieve. But I think it's really important because, again, there was a lot of push for the Biden administration to engage at the WTO. We have engaged at the WTO, but nobody seems to be noticing. So that is also perhaps a little bit of frustration. In a time of change where you do need a new version of globalization, how do you achieve that in an organization that is 164 members and operates on the basis of consensus? So there are conversations that are ongoing. I do think we can see some of these other negotiations, plurilateral or bilateral, as opportunities to innovate. So global arrangement is one of the initiatives we have with the European Union to try to address some of the challenges? How do you move towards green production of steel and aluminum? And how do you address this in the face of non-market excess capacity that the WTO didn't contemplate or really think about how to address? Again, a difference from the way the original vision from of Bretton Woods was oriented.
Oh, Denny, do you want to go? And then Anahita?
Sure. Well, I think from our perspective is that the governance framework for all this is to operate at different levels. I mean, first, it's true that we do operate through our own instruments, developing our own autonomous toolbox where necessary. By the way, I would agree with what was said before, that when we're talking about resilience of supply chains, well, for us, resilient supply chains are sustainable supply chains as well. So this is why, for example, when it comes to sustainability conditions, whether it's on the environmental side or the labor side, we pay a lot of attention to this through our trade policy settings. So provisions relating to this in our ambitious agenda of trade agreement negotiations, and where necessary, through a number of autonomous statutes that have an impact on the way in which the conditions of trade operate and whether we are introducing sustainability in our international economic relations. I'm thinking about statutes such as our deforestation legislation, proposal that is on the table with respect to forced labor and a marketing prohibition of forced labor in the internal market. So that's one aspect. The second is bilateral and plurilateral cooperation, indeed. Now, bilateral cooperation takes various forms. As I said, the network of free trade agreements that we have and what we inject in them, and this is why implementation of trade agreements is as important from our perspective as simply the negotiation of new trade treaties, is also what enables us to engage on a cooperation basis on all these issues with a whole range of partners. Now, we have, as I mentioned, the Trade and Technology Council with the US, we have a high-level economic dialogue with Japan. We are injecting this discussion about economic security and what it means and how we're making the paradigm shift in all of our bilateral, and in some cases, I'm thinking about the G7, for example, plurilateral frameworks. And third, the multilateral level and multilateral cooperation for us plays a big role in this. Why? Because we believe that we need to maintain a universal set of guardrails against a shift away from rules-based international economic relation towards perhaps something which is going to be much more akin to power-based international economic relations. And for us, the WTO is central to this. A reformed WTO, by the way, because I would agree that we are in this because we want to make sure that we have a WTO that is fit for purpose. On this, we're making proposals. For example, we are proposing to discuss these issues of industrial policies in the WTO setting. It's important that the WTO remains a convener for people, members, to be able to discuss these issues and provide a framework for cooperation. And for us, that's very important because if we have rules, if we have institutions that are effective and that provide that guardrail, well, this increases, in our view, our resilience and economic security at the end of the day. So definitely, again, working at various levels with various partners in a very open manner.
Anahita?
From a company's perspective, of course, no one questions that the European Union should and must have their own toolbox, their own laws. But if you are a global company, if you just look at the economic sanctions landscapes, for example, you have the EU laws, you have the UK law, you have the US law, you have the Japanese, you have the Australian, and then every single set of law naturally is different. But especially if you also want to look into circumvention issues, you need more coordination, you need more dialogue, you need more cooperation. And I think especially the United States and the European Union need actually more instead of less.
We have about 5 minutes for questions. Do we have any from the audience? Right over here.
Hello, my name is Noah Barkin. I'm with Rhodium Group and the German Marshall Fund. I'd like to press Denis Redonnet for a bit more details on the rationale behind the anti-subsidy investigation into Chinese EVs. We only have a sentence in the European Commission President's State of the Union speech so far in terms of details. And I think the interesting thing is that if you look at the import data, you probably wouldn't say that Chinese EVs from China are flooding into the European market. Now, they are growing at a rapid pace, and perhaps this is a sign that the Commission is taking a more proactive, preemptive approach to trade defense. I'd be keen to understand if Mr. Redonnet, if you feel that's the case. Thank you.
Denis, go ahead.
Sure. Look, we are at the stage of initiating an investigation. We will see what the investigation yields. Now, if we initiate an investigation, it's because we believe the standards for initiation of that kind of trade policy, trade remedy instrument is met. It is a fact, a matter of fact, that we believe that there are significant subsidization schemes benefiting this exporting sector in China, and that will be the subject of our further work in investigation. We see a very rapid acquisition of market share, notably by Chinese brands on the EU market. There is significant capacity in China, and there is a lot of market evidence that there is a great buildup of capacity. And the EU market, for the time being, is one of the most open markets, because many other markets are much more closed to imports. So there's a set of factual elements there that has led the Commission to decide to initiate an investigation. I don't think there's much more I will say or can say at this stage, because again, we are at the stage of starting an anti-subsidy investigation. It's not a change in logic, it is the application of a well-established WTO-sanctioned instrument that we have the capacity and the means to use when we are faced with an objective situation to which it corresponds. Maybe that enables me, and I'll just finish with this, to say that we have a panoply, and it's true that the toolbox has been expanded over the last few years to deal with the new realities that we are confronting: complex level playing field distortions, new types of egregious practices, for example, recourse to economic coercion, which we think is an extremely worrying development in terms of international relations. And as a result, we have developed the toolbox, but again, on a certain number of principles. I mean, number one, we need to use different tools for different problems and not conflate everything. We have level playing field tools. We have tools that relate to security, essential security. We have tools that relate to sovereignty. For example, the statute that we've put in place with respect to economic coercion. We are using the tools for the different objectives, and we are not mixing up tools. And in no way do these tools correspond to any sort of shift towards being more closed, more protectionist, more artificially defensive vis-à-vis the rest of the world, because it is in our fundamental interest to remain essentially a trading and investment bloc that operates on the basis of openness with rules. That has not changed, because that is our structural interest as European Union.
All right, well, unfortunately, we're going to have to leave it there so that we can move on to Ambassador Tai. But thank you, all of our three panelists, both in person and remotely, for a very important and interesting conversation late in the day. So thank you all.
My name is Johan Fleck. I'm the Senior Director of the Europe Center at the Atlantic Council, and it is my pleasure to welcome you to the final keynote session of the Transatlantic Forum. We're on the home stretch, and it is only appropriate that we conclude today's conversation on geoeconomics and economic statecraft with a discussion on trade policy, which, just like the last panel highlighted, has really run through the day. The entire day of this impressive program that the Atlantic Council and Atlantic Brücke that Josh and Julia have brought to Berlin this year. As Vice Chancellor Habeck, Deputy Prime Minister Kach, and so many others noted in different ways, geopolitics are back in trade policy with force. And so at a time of great power competition, of the recent global economic shocks and new vulnerabilities, the risk of fragmentation, and more tense domestic political climates on both sides of the Atlantic, we need new models of trade, of resilient trade, and new tools in the toolbox, as we heard just now. No one is better suited to provide a perspective on how the United States approaches that need to adapt trade policy to these new realities than our guest for this final session. And she will expand on what that paradigm shift we've heard about means for US policy. And so we're honored to welcome United States Trade Representative Ambassador Katherine Tai, live from Washington, D.C. Over the past 3 years, Ambassador Tai has led the Biden administration's trade policy following a distinguished career in public service on international economic diplomacy, including as Chief Trade Counsel for the House Ways and Means Committee, as well as Chief Counsel for China Trade Enforcement at the Office of the U.S. Trade Representative. So a warm welcome to Ambassador Tai. But not only do we have the perfect guest to close us out at the Transatlantic Forum, we also have the perfect moderator to guide us through this conversation with Ambassador Tai. Please welcome back Stephanie Flanders, Head of Economics and Government at Bloomberg. Stephanie, over to you. The floor is yours. Take us home.
Yeah, you use words like home stretch when you're just trying to get people to stay in the room, but I think we've got the perfect speaker to get people to stay in the room, and I can assure you that your advisor, Beth, has already done you proud in the preceding session. I don't think she made too much new policy, though obviously my colleagues will be examining everything she said. We've had an, I think, admirable mix of high-blown rhetoric and very existential discussion today, but also concrete specifics. And I hope that we're all fine with sort of continuing that with this session, because obviously your life is a lot about concrete specifics and ongoing arrangements, as well as the big picture, which I know we'll get to. So that I will ask you a little bit about some of the sort of things in your in tray, but I think that could also lead us quite nicely into some of these broader discussions. So I guess the obvious one to start with is the Trump-era Section 301 tariffs on China. You've been reviewing the necessity of those for a year. Have you decided?
Well, it's wonderful to see you, Stephanie, and it's delightful to be with all of you. And I know that I was looking at the schedule, and I think you and I, and maybe a short closing session, are what separates the audience from a reception and beverages. So it's always a tough place to be in the agenda. But to start with your question, a year ago, under our statute, we were asked to begin a process to evaluate not the necessity of the tariffs, but the effectiveness of the tariffs. It's important to be really specific about the statutory requirements because we've got to follow the law. And so we began that just about a year ago. We are engaging in a very robust interagency process. We requested comments from the public across our economy. We had an open public comment period that closed earlier this year that generated about 1,500 comments that we are going through very carefully. I've been asked, we call it the 4-year review. I've been asked whether that's because it will last 4 years. The answer is no. It's the 4-year review because it happened, it was triggered at the 4-year mark of the tariffs. I want to convey to the audience and to all who are interested in this that the Biden administration takes the management of the US-China relationship extremely seriously. It is one of our most profound responsibilities in terms of managing not just our economy, but the world economy in terms of how we are relating to each other, the 2 largest economies in the world. And so we are making sure to take our time, to be very deliberate, and to be extremely thoughtful about how we can rebalance the trading relationship between these 2 largest economies in the world to achieve more fairness and to achieve more effectiveness in defending our economic interests. And I think at the core of this exercise is a recognition that the US and the Chinese economies, for their size and their weight and significance in the world economy, that we're 2 economies that are very structurally different, that are based on very different philosophical underpinnings. And so the issue of how we can achieve a coexistence that can be productive and constructive for the world is not an easy question, and I don't think the answers are easy either. But in terms of this particular tariff review, it is a part of the larger exercise that we are bringing to management of this relationship.
But I mean, as you pointed out, you closed the comments period in January, so I guess that's 8 months. I mean, can we expect any action on this, in the nearish future, or is this something that's going to push a long way ahead?
Well, our goal is to wrap this up hopefully by the end of this year.
Okay. And you talked about the broader relationship. We obviously also measure the relationship in part, maybe we shouldn't, but by visits and shakings of hands and meetings. We've had Secretary Raimondo and others from the administration have now been to China. Are you expecting to go to China in the near future? How do you see the relationship at that level, the sort of personal relationship?
So I'll go back to the way you framed your question, because I think it was quite telling whether or not we should be measuring the relationship in terms of the numbers of visits or who's going where. I think that what we're trying to get at, and the most important element, is whether or not we are communicating. And given the challenges between us, whether or not we are able to promote a better understanding of each other. So I think it's less about the act of visiting and more about the substance of the engagement. And on that, I have from the very beginning of my time indicated and stood by my openness to engage with my counterparts in Beijing. Since the last changeover in President Xi's team last fall, I've not yet had a chance to meet the new vice premier, but we have indicated through all of our channels an openness and an eagerness to meet, to continue the process of deepening the understanding between us, especially around the areas where our economies are encountering friction and incompatibility.
You probably need to seize your moment because the lineup might change any minute. It's been changing every few months. Closer to home, your team reminded me when we were discussing this session that you're only a month away from the US and the EU potentially reimposing tariffs on each other, having not reached a deal on the clean steel talks. So could you just let us know briefly how those are going?
Certainly. Let me review the facts there a little bit too, and a bit of the history. So when we came in this administration at the beginning of 2021, the transatlantic relationship was under quite a bit of stress. And in response to the global steel and aluminum tariffs that had been applied in 2018, Europe applied on a large amount of US trade going to Europe, retaliatory tariffs. Now, what we did in October of 2021 was to call a truce with Europe. We converted the tariffs to what we call tariff rate quotas. That allowed for us to resume duty-free trade in steel and aluminum from Europe with guardrails. If they hit certain limits that exceed historical quantities, tariffs outside of those volumes would kick back in. In the meantime, Europe suspended its retaliatory tariffs. Now, we programmed those tariff actions on both sides to expire at the end of 2023 if we did not come up with a new arrangement between the US and the EU by the end of October. And that's the deadline that we're working towards, October 31, 2023. We gave ourselves 2 years to negotiate something where the US and the EU could put ourselves on a footing where we could be linking arms to take on the overall challenge of overproduction, overcapacity in steel and aluminum in the global marketplace that is impacting our producers, our workers in similar ways, because we both have what we consider to be market-based production that is exposed to market forces, that is responding to market forces like demand. And that this overproduction in the global marketplace is based on non-market forces. So we are nearing the deadline, and we have been doing a lot of work in terms of aligning our systems. The two challenges that we are trying to solve for together on a US-EU basis are first, the global market distortions and the negative impacts to our producers that come from non-market excess production and capacity, so unfair trade. The other challenge that we are linking arms to address is the need for a clean energy and industrial future. And so the other pieces of what we've been doing is trying to figure out how to align our markets to create incentives for cleaner production. If you are producing as cleanly as we are based on our metrics and our data, then the concept is that you will have easier access into our markets. This is creating incentives for clean trade and clean production. The more fairly you are producing your steel and aluminum, again, the more we treat you the way that we will be treating each other. And this is the basis for what we've been working towards, what we've been calling a global sustainable steel and aluminum arrangement. So that our vision is that once the US and the EU can agree, that we then bring in other like-minded parties and we try to create a paradigm, to your point about changing the paradigms of trade. We try to create a paradigm for trade that is going to raise standards over time, that is going to incentivize fair production and fair trade based on market principles, and also clean production and clean trade. So this is one of the most consequential engagements and negotiations that we are engaged in. One of the most important between the US and the EU. And I remain very hopeful that we will have something to show the rest of the world in the next 6-week period.
Are you sort of dead set on introducing a tariff, even if it's unilateral, on what you might call dirty steel, a sort of US version of the carbon border adjustment mechanism? Because that, as you've highlighted, that sort of mechanism would be part of the deal you're looking for, but it goes beyond Europe.
So I've just pushed back a little bit on the way you framed your question, am I dead set? I am very determined for the United States to be able to work with the EU as partners jointly to address the challenges that we face in the changing global economic situation. And those have to do with fair trade, market-based production, and also carbon intensity. So let me just bring it back down to the principles of what we're trying to accomplish. And yes, we are very, very committed to being able to do this with Europe.
the way that you've wanted to do it, and I think the issue has been for the EU, and I think Vice President Dombrovskis have made it clear, is that what you are looking for seems to go against WTO rules, because you would be discriminating against a certain number of countries. And you don't have a similar mechanism that the EU has that it applies to its own companies. So I think this gets us to one of the discussions that we've had all through the day. There's a sort of disquiet in Europe with a US policy which seems to undermine the concept of a global rule-based order. And there's even a feeling that you can't do all the things that you're talking about within the WTO or even within the spirit of the WTO. Is that fair?
That's absolutely not fair, and you know that I'm going to say that. So thank you for that
Tell us why not.
I appreciate the opportunity to explain the U.S. point of view, because I know that Brussels has been very effective in transmitting its side of the story. And do keep in mind that we are still at the table negotiating constructively. So that the public versions of what you're hearing is for a public audience, but we have a very good partnership still in terms of the negotiations themselves. What I want to really emphasize is I really bristle at this narrative that the United States would put forward a proposal that is WTO inconsistent, because that calls into question our good faith in engagement and our good faith as a WTO member. Let me put it to you this way, because I think that we talk a lot about the WTO, and many people talk about the WTO. Not a lot of people have been to the WTO, participated at the WTO, or represented their governments at the WTO. The fact of the matter is that there is no WTO rabbi who sits and pronounces whether or not a measure that is being advanced by a WTO member is kosher or not. I think that when we put forward measures, we all try to ensure that we are working within the rules-based order. In fact, I know that the Europeans are very, very proud of their carbon border adjustment mechanism, and that it is the culmination of a lot of European-based work and compromise and negotiations. But I also want to acknowledge and recognize that Europe's confidence that the CBAM is WTO consistent is indicative of the work that Europe has put in to design the system, and Europe's confidence in terms of how it will defend the CBAM if challenged at the WTO. And we all know that there are members of the WTO right now who are looking and preparing to challenge the CBAM at the WTO. So whether or not you feel confident about the work you've done to design your system doesn't mean that it's not going to be challenged or you wouldn't have to defend it. And so I give you that background because I want to emphasize and make clear that the proposals that we have put on the table and shared with Brussels are ones that we also feel we have designed to withstand WTO scrutiny, that we have our reasons for believing that we have abided by the WTO rules. At the end of the day, in our negotiations, it became very clear that our levels of tolerance or our comfort level with different types of defenses are different on a Washington and Brussels basis, and that's very natural. We have adapted in the negotiations, as you must in negotiations, to try to come towards Europe in terms of its WTO argumentation and defense comfort. And I want to make sure to share that with all of you, because that is something that we do not get credit for, that I want you to know that we don't just sit at a negotiating table and pound the table and say, you must do this, because we do know how to negotiate. We have successfully negotiated agreements with the EU, and we do intend to land this negotiation on a Washington-Brussels basis, and soon.
Well, you've made me wish even more that I was in the room in some of these negotiations, because it must be really good fun being in negotiation with you. I'm sure if there was actually a WTO rabbi, I'm fairly sure that the Transatlantic Council would have somehow got them on the stage here, but unfortunately there isn't. I can't help asking, given what you've just said, changing the subject a little, what was your response when you heard, probably a fair bit ahead of the rest of us, that the EU was going to launch its probe into the subsidies of Chinese electrical vehicles, given how much high-blown rhetoric we have heard from the European Union on free trade and other things?
What was my response? I don't know. I think
Well, what do you think about it?
I don't know that I heard it much in advance of everyone else. I'm quite sympathetic to the announcement, really, because at the end of the day, as a policymaker, an economic policymaker, in a democracy, your responsibility is to the livelihoods of your citizens and your workers and your ability to grow your industries. This is true for us in the United States. It's true for Europe. I know you've got a more complicated structure in terms of the member states and the Commission. But if you look at the facts and you look at the data on the ground and you look at the electric vehicle industry and the competition, and you look at how this industry has grown in China, it is echoing all of the dynamics that we have seen from industry to industry, that where we have been under incredible pressure to continue to compete from our standpoint of having market-based economies. And it underpins the dynamics that we have with steel and aluminum that have led us to a point where we were launching tariffs against each other before we could try to figure out a place and an opportunity on how we work together on a challenge that is putting pressure on both of us. We have experienced it with solar panels, where 20 years ago, we both, the US, the EU, also Canada, had burgeoning solar production industries that we have all mostly lost, by the way. And we see the same thing happening with electric vehicles. So I think that what I see is, in so many ways, and this is one of the ways in which the EU is waking up to the fact that global trade today is not happening on a level playing field. And therefore, there are things that we, market-based democratic economies, need to do in order to defend our interests and to defend the space to have fair and free trade. And I think that that is one of the most important aspects of this coming to terms with today's global realities. Is so many things have happened in these past couple years, whether it's the supply chain shocks that came from the pandemic and the discombobulation of the shipping and the logistics around supply chains, to Russia's invasion of Ukraine. And I just want to recall that not even that many years ago, the accepted wisdom was two countries that had McDonald's would never go to war with each other. But just a year and a half ago, we saw that despite the fact that there had been many McDonald's in Russia and in Ukraine, that didn't stop Vladimir Putin from making the decision to invade Ukraine. And so for many, many reasons, it is incumbent on us, especially on a transatlantic basis, but across the world, to open our eyes and to look at how the world trading system is functioning. Compare the reality that we are experiencing today to the foundational goals that we set out for ourselves 50, 60, 70, 80 years ago, and try to figure out how we can accomplish what I believe are still valid and legitimate goals from a long time ago, but to correct for the distortions and the losing our way that has happened over time. And this also gives me an opportunity, Stephanie, I hope you'll indulge me, to pitch my speech on WTO reform and my remarks with Director General Ngozi a little bit later today here in Washington.
Okay, heard it here first. Just very briefly on that, just on the, because I'm trying to tease out where we're going on this. If you have a finding from the EU against China and it ends up in quite a costly amount of retaliation, tariffs on Chinese electric vehicles, retaliation by China, which obviously many in Germany are fearful of, does that serve the kind of objectives that you're seeking when you talk about trying to build a sort of fairer global trading system, to have that kind of all-out trade dispute?
Well, let me unpack your question, because let's be very clear. The countervailing duty investigation and potentially countervailing duty actions are allowed expressly under WTO rules. The WTO recognizes that not all trade is fair necessarily, and we are allowed trade defense instruments that are, as you call them in the EU, and what we call trade remedies. All WTO members are allowed trade remedies to correct for unfair trade, whether it takes the form of dumping, illegal subsidies, or when they are combined. They can be very harmful to your industrial and your worker and societal growth. So from where I sit, in terms of tracking the announcements from the EU is well within its rights, as we all are, to launch a countervailing duty investigation. I think I did hear a bit of Denis' interventions earlier. They will have to allow those investigations to run. And then based on the findings of those investigations, if they do apply countervailing duties, they will be calculated to address the unfairness and the gap in terms of the harm. And should there be retaliation, that retaliation should be based in WTO rules, or that retaliation is illegal. And I also heard Denis talk about economic coercion, so I think it's not wrong to anticipate that there may be economic consequences that are inflicted, but just to reflect again that that is not the way that the world trading rules are supposed to work. So I appreciate your question, because I think that it really highlights some of the fundamental values that are baked into the World Trade Organization, and how far our reality has deviated from the way that we try to design the system.
I want to tick off a couple more things, because you said that the emphasis, you've said in numerous speeches, the emphasis of your policy at the moment and what you consider to be your job is not ticking off trade agreements, reducing tariffs, but a much broader concept of resilience in trade relations and broader relationships. The Indo-Pacific Economic Framework was one example of that. About a year ago, started the negotiations on that. Can we expect to see something at the APEC meeting? I'm just wondering how that's going.
No, I think you absolutely should expect to see. We are looking forward to, again, unveiling and demonstrating the progress that we've accomplished in this 14-country group. About half the size of the EU. We're not trying to accomplish the same things as the EU, but just to demonstrate that it's a multi-party cooperative effort that we have gotten underway. The entire framework effort was launched by our leaders in May of 2022. That's just over a year ago. We just hit and just passed our one-year anniversary of convening the first meeting of economic and trade ministers. We did that in September of 22, at the beginning of September in Los Angeles. And in just the last 12 months, and by November it will be 14 months, I'm looking forward to sharing with everyone what we've accomplished, keeping in mind how challenging multi-party exercises are, and that in the world of trade negotiations in particular, 12 to 14 months is a very short amount of time. And I think I would very much look forward to demonstrating how much we have done in a very short period of time. It is more than just showing off.
And there's a trade pillar.
Demonstrating how quickly we need to find ways to collaborate, to come together, to innovate together in a global economy where changes are not waiting for massive single undertakings and years-long trade negotiations. That what we are doing is finding ways to work together with like-minded partners to figure out how we can unlock and use the tools of trade and economic principles to promote not just resilience. I know that there's a huge focus on resilience, but also sustainability and, equally importantly, inclusivity in the outcomes of our economic cooperation, because all of those are dynamics and challenges that we all face in the current global economic climate.
And there's a trade pillar to that.
There are 4 pillars.
Yes,
There's a
but
trade
how's
pillar,
the trade pillar going?
Supply chain pillar. It's going well. We're making a lot of progress.
Okay. We got a couple of minutes for a question. I know that there might well be a question in the audience. I don't have the iPad, so I can't get the questions from outside, but I didn't get any this morning, so. Does anyone have a question for the ambassador? I will ask you, oh yes. Do you want, okay, we'll just wait for the mic.
Hi, Noah Barkin from Rhodium Group and German Marshall Fund. I'm just curious for your thoughts, Ms. Tai, on the TTC and the future of the TTC. How is it going? Do you see a bright future for it? The changes need to be made. Thank you.
Thank you for that question. It's wonderful. It would be wrong to wrap this up without talking about the TTC, so I'm very glad for that prompt. We are looking to host TTC 5 sometime this fall. I'm also looking forward to that. I think trade negotiators and demanding bosses, we like to be critical about how we can do things better. But I think that the TTC has been incredibly successful, and it's incredibly valuable. We set this up, President Biden and President von der Leyen announced the start of the TTC effort in June of 2021. And we hosted our first TTC in Pittsburgh almost exactly 2 years ago. When we set it up, it was really to create a forum for collaboration, cooperation, incubation and innovation of new ideas to address how we can align better in responding to trade and technology challenges that we are facing. It was, I think the value of the TTC was demonstrated very, very clearly when Russia invaded Ukraine. And this structure of communication, the relationships that we had built through the TTC, and I think at that point we'd only met once, immediately facilitated the ability for the US and the EU to coordinate responses on the economic side to the Russian invasion of Ukraine. And ever since then, I think that the robust work that's happening across 10 working groups, could it be streamlined? Possibly. Can we improve it? I'm sure. But I'm really delighted and looking forward to hosting the next TTC because I think that it's already demonstrated its value. And with all of the challenges that we continue to face, I expect it to continue to serve a great deal of our transatlantic interests.
Just a final question, Ambassador, before we let you go. I was very struck, one of your predecessors, Michael Froman, said to me earlier this year in an interview that, looking back on when China joined the WTO, that we had this anticipation that China would become more like us, and instead we have become more like them. Focus on subsidies, playing one country against another, state-directed investments in different sectors. Do you think that's a fair observation?
Well, Mike Froman is a good friend of mine, and I think that one of the benefits of not being U.S. Trade Representative anymore, and perhaps he was in his CFR identity when you had the chance to talk to him, I don't think that's fair. In particular, the second part, that we are becoming more like China. I think, again, you have to recognize that the global economy, the terms of competition have changed, and we need to adapt. We're not trying to embrace the Chinese model. We're trying to embrace a model that stays true to our market orientation, to our democratic principles, that is going to allow us to compete in a global economy that is very, very different, truly, than it was just 20 short years ago. And we're doing it on an EU and US basis. The key is that we have to stay true to our principles, because at the end of the day, what we value most is our democratic freedoms and, frankly, our economic freedoms and our opportunities. And that is something that underlies everything that we are doing today, and that hasn't changed.
Ambassador Catherine Tai, thank you very much.
Okay, this is it. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Stephanie, both for that and for the moderation this morning with the Leap and Cookies, which was a fantastic session. Thank you, Stephanie, and thank you to Bloomberg. I just wanted to say one word before I pass it to my colleague, Julia. A few years ago, we had this idea, but an idea only comes to life if people put their heart and soul into making a reality. And I want to thank so many people, especially Kimberly Donovan, Director of the Economic Statecraft Initiative at the Atlantic Council, and everyone at the GeoEconomics Center for bringing this, for her intellectual leadership and the substantive leadership, and all the people across the Atlantic Council and, of course, Atlantic Broker, who work so hard. And the bottom line is that we will see you next year, because we do live in a new era of geoeconomics. So thank you all. Julia.
Thank you, Josh. And I think it speaks a little bit to the sort of very fundamental nature of the transatlantic relationship, that our teams work incredibly well together. It's a little weird for me because I belong to one and now I belong to the other. I think I like to belong to both. But I sort of would look out and say, which one is the Atlantic Broker? Which one's the Atlantic Council? So I think I just thank you guys for such incredible work. Something like this takes nearly a year's worth of effort. So to see members of our team, please thank them. I do think that these issues are coming more and more to the fore. I don't think that Josh and Kim and I should pat ourselves on the back and say, we told you so. But every day in the conversations that I have with visioning officials, with members of the German government, with members of the Atlantic Broker, this is the forefront of everyone's calculus. Right? So I think that today is obviously just a sort of a showcase of the issues, gave us a little bit of time to dig into them, but I hope that you all use this as an invitation to reach out to both of our institutions for further intellectual and subject matter collaboration. So again, thank you so much for joining us for a full day, and you will be adequately rewarded by joining us for a cocktail. So thank you guys.